Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to the continuation of the trial involving Young Thug and all others. We are waiting for the courtroom stream to start. Yesterday, we saw three witnesses on the stand, and one was a uh, a APD tech expert who takes pictures of the crime scene, as well as we saw the conclusion of AB, the witness that the court didn't want members of the press to identify, but we see that her picture was plastered all over the your computer screens. It's short that protection of her face ended real quickly. And my guess is because the witness wasn't giving what the prosecutors hoped. So one, they arrested her as a material witness, and we see how that went down. And then two, we see that she uh, alleged that a member of the prosecution team was making a pass at her, wanted to date her, wanted to take her out, maybe wanted to take her to Juicy Crabs or Atlanta Fish Market. These are two of the popular seafood places in Atlanta. Well, witness AB or A Bennett wasn't having it. And as a result, she decided that she wasn't cooperating. And we don't know if she even attending or cooperating. But her testimony was pretty damaging for the prosecution. And then we saw the conclusion of Detective Quinn's testimony. I actually like Detective Quinn because I've covered him over the years. Uh, he's two's in my generation. So I understand some of the lingo that he uses because that's the lingo of the old head talk. When he makes reference like, "Yo, what's up, blood?" It's not like blood gangster. Blood is something that was used like in the 70s, referring to cats who was moving in the streets. But you guys get it. If you're older enough to know, you'll know. Not your young cats. Your young cats will say, "Nah, he's part of the gang." No. I did have an opportunity to talk to Detective Quinn yesterday. We were just essentially kicking the Willy Bobo, just shooting the breeze while he was waiting to give his testimony. But we never talked about anything he was going to say. But we did talk about one of the cases that I covered that he was giving testimony on, and that involved the death of rapper Slim Duncan. We spoke about some of the things that happened after the fact. What I didn't know at the time that the mother of the defendant filed a complaint with APD claiming that Detective Quinn was a part of a blood gang. I didn't know this until yesterday. And I did have an opportunity over the course of years speak to both sides of the family members because I was covering the case. But when he was telling me, I said, they thought you were a member of the blood gang? All that tells me is the guy is good at what he does. Because if you fooled members of the public to think you're a member of the blood gang, he said they filed a report. The mother filed a report on him. He said, "Look it up." I said, "What are you talking about?" I didn't know, but apparently that was something that was alleged against Detective Quinn back in the day. I covered that case. Probably this is going on the 12th year uh, that case had unfolded, and I was the only media in the courtroom covering that case. And I shot video, and I was the guy running around the courthouse with the high definition cameras. Not everybody trying to come in the courtroom with a camera. I get it. I get it. Flattery is the best form of compliment. Let me say hello to my hold on, let's see if our court started yet. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. But good morning. Eat, pray, love, Shorty, Galatians. Miss Bucky, I see you. Good morning. We're doing a little roll call. We're just warming up the room, but stand by. Let me see what we got going on here. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if we ready. Let's see if we ready here. Uh, okay. We're not ready just yet, but we almost ready. But what I want to do is hold on. What I want to do is play some of the testimony from yesterday, and I want us to listen to some of it. Let's just listen to some of it. Oh, stand by. Let's listen to some of it. Yeah. Uh, what did you think about Keith Adams' cross examination, ladies and gentlemen? What did you think about that? What did you think about how Keith defense attorney Keith Adams' cross examination of the witness AB? Did you think he did a masterful job? I saw jurors taking notes. They were definitely taking notes. It was interesting to watch the jurors really listen to this testimony. They were taking notes, and I don't know if that going to end too well. It's good they're taking notes, but just watching them listen to this particular testimony it was pretty interesting. Let me uh let me bring this up before we start because there's uh I want to say Walter Murphy, one of the co-defendants, is going to be testifying today. He's going to be one of the witnesses that the prosecutor called today. So I want to see uh I'm going to look at the witness list and uh and we'll see whether or not he is one of the witnesses going to take the stand. But we're also going to play some footage from yesterday. Stand by here. Okay, let's go. This is some of the footage
I know I received more than one, but I don't see them. But I think they were still stating to court.
They were still talking about court?
Yeah, I think so.
And which phone were they sent on?
4983.
And since you still have that phone, would you be able to find that voice text on that phone?
Probably not.
Why not?
No, I'm not sure. I should, if it was sent at this time.
And when you're saying at this
Oh,
time,
hold on. We're gonna pause that.
Yes.
Hold on. Uh, uh, I might be breaking this news today. I did get an alert on what I was covering. I don't know if this is going to be um, good news for somebody, but yes, I did tell you something was going to happen in 48 hours. But you did, guys. You did see my live yesterday. Man, we had like over 7,000 people watching the live yesterday, and I couldn't even see the comments. But that wasn't exactly what I was talking about. There's something else coming down the pipeline, ladies and gentlemen. It's something else coming down the pipeline. But I'm gonna be very careful. And so some funny business happening in the last 48 hours too. But I'm gonna be very careful. Now you're gonna see how the investigative reporter moves. I was having a little fun in the YouTube streets, but now I gotta posture check. But you guys understand soon enough. Soon enough. But let's finish playing this footage here. Listen to the cross exam, the examination by Chief Deputy District Attorney Adrian Love.
If there were any others, would they also be on that phone?
Yes.
And if there are any others, would you let us know at some later time?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to play what we will label as State's Exhibit 34 Alpha Alpha Bravo, which has already been tendered as a part of State's Exhibit 34 Alpha Alpha, which is the voice text that is referenced in this exhibit.
And for those who are curious, I was in the courtroom. I had to cover the Ernest Williams hearing yesterday, but I was in the courtroom for the test, the cross examination of Detective Quinn, as well as the cross examination of witness AB or A Bennett. So I was in there for the bulk of the crucial testimony yesterday. That's for those like Vanderveer, who's concerned. Let's go.
Any objection to states 34 as alpha alpha?
Your Honor, we tendered it at the prompting.
The fact it's been tendered doesn't make it any less hearsay.
Your Honor.
Whose phone call is it?
Your Honor, it was Lieutenant Hamilton's phone call that Mr. Adams said they had no objection.
I'm objecting to the hearsay.
We
That's your
tendered it,
objection now.
and it was admitted as evidence. I'm sorry, if I may finish.
The exhibit may be in, but it still has hearsay within it, which is not admissible. The fact that it's been admitted as an exhibit does not make that portion admissible. That's my objection.
Your Honor, the whole.
He's correct. I'm going to go ahead and I'll stand.
Oh, he got down. Look at Thug. Like, take that. Take that. DA Love, take that. We're not playing with you today.
Ms. Bennett, while we were speaking earlier, you talked about your
Look at Thug.
apartment, 980 Confederate Avenue, apartment D, facing Confederate Avenue. Did I get that correct, or am I wrong?
Yes,
And so the name of the apartments that you lived in was Trestle Tree Apartments, is that right?
yes.
And
At this point, they're not even trying to protect this witness.
Trestle Tree Apartments.
They're not even
had
trying.
one
This is
group
crazy.
of it.
They're not even trying to protect the witness.
Confederate Court, is that accurate?
Yes,
And Confederate Avenue was the main street that was perpendicular to.
It's Syria ran out that courtroom like,
yes.
Now, when you talked about the building being shot in 2013, is it accurate that no bullet holes went through your front door?
I don't recall none going through my front door.
Is it accurate that the bullet hole that went through your window came from the Confederate Court side of the street?
It couldn't have.
Say that again?
It couldn't have.
Could not or could?
Couldn't.
Okay, tell me why.
okay, I paused it for a reason. This testimony about this incident was never indicted. It's not even part of this RICO case. No one was charged with this. No one was charged with this. So I don't really understand the significance of even having this witness testify to this because she doesn't remember, she doesn't know who shot her building. The prosecution wants to suggest that it was Walter Murphy who did the shooting. But we clearly see from this testimony by A. Bennett that she didn't witness who shot her building. She didn't witness any of this. She said it was a random shooting. So the fact that this is even an issue right now is interesting. Let's listen.
My building sit on the street on Confederate Ave. Confederate Court, when you turn in, that means they have to go through 3, 4, 5 buildings to get to that building.
Ms. Bennett,
It's impossible.
Ms. Bennett, do you remember a building 988 Confederate Court to the immediate right of 980 Confederate Avenue?
You're right. She wasn't even home.
Building who?
988 Confederate Avenue.
And I don't know what building next to me, to my right. I don't know the address.
Let's be honest. This witness was definitely being badgered by the prosecution. She was being badgered.
As State's Exhibit 44A, as 44 Alpha Alpha, 45 Alpha Alpha, and 46 Alpha Alpha. Your Honor, these are demonstratives that we have provided in the exhibit list that we have provided to the defense and the court, and they are on slides.
Council's any objection
They
to
are on
states,
slides 41, 42, and 43, Your Honor.
any objection to states 44 alpha, 45 alpha, 46 alpha?
Yes, Judge, I've got a slide. We're trying to see what those correspond to.
Sure.
Those slides, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm
Any
showing,
objection, sir?
No, sir.
All right, states 44 alpha alpha, 45 alpha alpha, and 46 alpha alpha are admitted may be shown to the witness or published as you see fit.
Your Honor, we hadn't tendered them yet. We were actually just approaching the witness to ask this year.
He's already said that they're admitted now, so.
Okay. Ms. Bennett, do you recognize the area shown on the Google Maps images in 44 Alpha Alpha?
Yes.
45 Alpha Alpha.
They're like the same thing.
And 46 Alpha Alpha. And Ms. Knight, if you would please.
I don't know which one that is.
Screen.
I said, I don't know which one that is.
Ms. Knight, would you please place on the screen 44, 45, and 46 Alpha Alpha in turn? Ms. Bennett, since you said that you do recognize 44 Alpha Alpha, would you agree with me that 44 Alpha Alpha is the entrance to Trestle Tree Apartments?
Yes.
Okay. And the building on the corner of what is now Trestle Tree Court and United Avenue is building 988, isn't that correct?
Which one? Because I don't know.
The building on the corner here, that's building 988, isn't it?
I don't know.
Let's look at State's Exhibit 45 Alpha Alpha. And Ms. Knight, if you could just zoom in. Are you able to better see?
Yes, but I still can't see the numbers.
Let's look at, and take attention to this building to the left of the building on the corner where the hand is. You see that bush on the corner of the building to the left? Ms. Knight, would you put the hand over the bush on the corner of the, no ma'am, to the left of the, yes. You see that bush?
Yes.
Ms. Knight, would you zoom in on that bush? As close as you can. All right. And now go to State's Exhibit 46 Alpha Alpha. And would you zoom in on the numbers behind that bush in State's Exhibit 46 Alpha Alpha? Ms. Bennett, would you agree with me that in 46 Alpha Alpha, your building is reflected as being next to building 988?
No,
Can you see that this is building 980 or not?
no,
You cannot?
no.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 45 Alpha Alpha, would you zoom in on the street signs? Miss Bennett, can you see, and if you need to go over a little bit more, can you see that one is Confederate going in one direction and one is Confederate going in towards Trestle Street?
Yes,
I agree with you, Val Powell. The technology was acting very sketchy yesterday in the courtroom.
Ms. Bennett, do you recall any part of what your building looks like in 2013?
no,
But you do remember that it was 980 Confederate.
Ave, not correct.
Confederate Ave?
Yeah,
And showing you once more State's Exhibit 1 Alpha Alpha. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1 Alpha Alpha as 980 Confederate Ave?
no.
You don't recognize it? You need some more time to look at it? You still holding it? You don't need any more time? You just don't recognize it? Ms. Bennett, did you ever provide any hospital information to any member of the district attorney's office?
No,
Is there any reason that you did not provide any information when you didn't appear in court as you were summoned to do on March the 26th?
it wasn't asked.
Did you call them and let them know before 9 p.m. that you had been hospitalized and couldn't make it?
I don't recall the time.
When you said you don't recall the time, what do you mean?
I don't know what time it was when I let him know.
Did you call them at any time while you were in the hospital?
No,
What time did you get to the hospital?
I'm not sure.
What hospital did you go to?
Why does she have to put her HIPAA information out there? Well, what hospital did you go through? Let's see how this is going to play out. It's not HIPAA violation yet. Let's see.
Piedmont.
Okay.
Do you have any records or anything like that showing that you were at Piedmont?
Yes,
Okay. And where are they?
they not here.
Did you offer them to the officers who came to arrest you for not appearing in court on March the 26th?
Why would she have to do that?
No, they ain't asked me none of that.
No, they didn't.
Did they tell you why you were being arrested?
Nah, they were just being very aggressive.
They were being very aggressive.
Being very
Yeah.
aggressive. Yes.
How are they being very aggressive?
You know how they were being aggressive.
Because when I let them in, the lady like was trying like how she was holding me and stuff, and I ain't have on no clothes, and I kept asking them, "Can I put my clothes on?" And it was like men in the room and stuff when I was trying to get dressed, And I kept asking her respectfully, like, so you just gonna let him stand right there and look at me? But she was just being a butthole, like, but that's how Clayton County is. Then when I came out, I kept discussing, asking her like what I'm being detained for. She kept just saying, you got a warrant. And I kept saying, for what? She just said, you got a warrant. And I said, for what? She said, you got a warrant. And she kept saying the same thing. And they would never show me anything. Like, they ain't show me nothing, like no paper, nothing on her phone. And that's when I came out and seen Hamilton. And they were just smiling and high-fiving and stuff like that.
And did you
Wow.
ever inquire with anyone what you were supposed to do when you didn't show up to court on March?
No one told me nothing.
I'm sorry, say that again.
No one told me nothing.
Did you provide anyone with him?
No one asked me to.
Did you go to the hospital on March the 26th?
Now let's talk about Hamilton. That's what we need to be talking about.
Yes.
What kind of accident did you have?
It wasn't me. It was a family member. It was a family matter.
So it was not you.
No.
So you were not harmed?
Lady, she had to tend to her family. What the heck are you talking about?
A member of the DA's office to say I cannot come to court.
I did reach out
How?
by phone.
When? Was it before or after court was over that day?
I don't know if court was over. I don't know what time it was, but I let them know. And then the next day, I was detained.
Now, did you reach out to the court or to anyone besides whomever it is that you say you reached out to?
You see how they flipped the table?
No, I don't
They
know how to
flipped the
reach out to the
table.
court.
They flipped the table on it
And how
like a
did you
pancake.
reach out to a member of the DA's office to say you weren't going to be?
If I knew how to reach out to the court,
The high
when I
five is
sent him that
disrespectful.
text, when
This
I
is the
said I
same
wanted to
guy.
call the judge, I would have called him, but I didn't know who the judge was or who to reach out to. So it was on Lieutenant Hamilton because he the only person that I supposed to talk to. At least that's what he told me.
You have my number.
There she go testifying again. You have my number. We ain't gonna talk about that right now. But why is Detective Hamilton high-fiving the Clayton County PD for arresting a person that he wants to go on a date with? Because they were trying to humiliate her and try. This is the games that unfortunately is played with some unscrupulous members of law enforcement. This is the guy who he wanted her to be able to reach out to him for anything. Ma, you need anything, I got you, Ma. Oh, but you used the power, your arrest power, to arrest her as a material witness, but in fact, you were trying to date her. This is abuse of power. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start the stand by. Stand by. We're about to start the proceedings. Stand by. We're going to be switching to the courtroom right now, so stand by. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. We're trying to get a feed in the courtroom. Stand by. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We're just trying to get the okay. Okay, guys. We setting up the camera now. I'm going to bring it in. We're setting up the camera now, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. Okay. We got Brian still in the frame. Call into the Zoom. Just, just stand by. Okay. We are in the courtroom. Here we go. Okay, watch now, feed, stand by. Let's go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the courtroom. Well, let me say this. I think the whole thing about she telling the judge to kiss her ass, I think that was a lie. I think that was just something to piss the judge off, and they were playing in the judge's face. I think that the witness never said that. I think it was done. It was the girl was lied on. She never said that, and they were just trying. And this is why people don't trust certain members of law enforcement. When you have this type of individual, Lieutenant Hamilton, doing the most, and then high fiving when this girl is being arrested under a material witness warrant, when in fact she had a reason not to be there. It was despicable, and they were playing with the judge, and the judge has to call this crap out. Like he is the person that controls the order in this courtroom. He should be upset that this is even happening under his watch. You got to look at this as a problem for this trial. You got a corrupt, I'm going to have to say, a corrupt member of the law enforcement community doing the most. This is not using investigative techniques to try to get information. He was trying to score and trying to get his groove on with this woman, in my opinion. This is my opinion. No shop talk. He probably wasn't going to take it to Atlanta Fish Market or Juicy Crab. He probably going to take it to Yasim's, or one of the more no frills versions of seafood restaurants, in my opinion. It never happened. The members of the DA team stated that she's told the judge to kiss her ass. No, that was to piss the judge off in an affidavit. And we're going to see what was said in that affidavit, ladies and gentlemen, because it's a part of the record. The affidavit to get a material witness warrant is now unsealed. So if they lied in the affidavit to get the judge to arrest this young lady, that should be a problem. And he and whoever filed the affidavit should be held accountable because this woman spent a day in Rice Street under a material witness warrant, and it appears it was all bogus. Roll call. I gotta start getting some sleep.
All right, good morning, council's industry parties. We're going to go on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al.
Okay, we got,
In 22
noise
SC
in the background.
183572. Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Botts and Mr. Shark, good morning. Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard, good morning. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good morning. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews Jr., good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Harvey, and Ms. Westmoreland, good morning. All right, Mr. Ryan and Ms. D. Williams, good morning. All right. All right, Mrs. Brown and Smith. All right, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Atkins, and Ms. Love. Okay. And who is your legal assistant? Since we introducing themselves now, is it Ms. Randolph? Ms. Knight? Okay. Good morning, madam. All right. All our jurors present, sir? Yes, sir. All right. All right. You ready for your next witness? All right. Summon our jurors then, please.
All rise.
Wait a second. It's the rain. Thank you.
We're gonna do a switch. We're gonna switch screens real quickly. I'm gonna remove this and we're gonna switch the screen real quickly. I want to bring in another screen. So stand by. We're gonna bring in another screen. Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
You said that already, sir. Make sure we don't have the.
I don't think so. Thank you, Sergeant. Okay, all right.
Shout out to our man Taz. Taz in the building.
All right. State, call your next witness. All right, summon Investigator Kirkman, please. All right, Investigator Kirkman, good morning, Matt. Sir, you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, before you sit down, if you return and face Sergeant Anger to be sworn as a witness.
I do so. Thank you. Detective Anthony Kirkman, ANTHONY, KIRKMAN.
And Investigator Kirkman, where are you employed?
I am employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department, currently with the larceny unit as a detective.
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Going in my 24th year,
And how long have you been with the larceny unit?
a little over 2 years now.
Prior to your time with the larceny unit, where have you been assigned within the Atlanta Police Department?
I was sworn in 2001. I was first assigned at Zone 2, the Buckhead area. At 2000
I didn't even tweet this out. Let me tweet this out. Stand by.
Investigator, synonymous in this name. Back then we were called detectives. Now they call us investigators. 2007, when I got promoted, I went to the narcotics unit. Worked in the narcotics unit from 2007 until 2012. And 2012, I was assigned to Zone 6 as a detective. Was there from 12 to, I think, around 16. 16, I went to a task force with the GBI. It was a Metro Drug Task Force. Was there for about a year. 17, I went to Zone 1 as a detective. Was in Zone 1 from 17 to 21 21 or 22 when they centralized again. And since 22, I've been with the larceny unit.
And you said when they centralized again, what do you mean?
Prior to centralizing, Atlanta has 6 zones and an airport. All zones and the airport had their own detective group within that zone. At different times, the detective group was responsible for various amounts of crimes and what they handled, what they investigated. Generally, ours went all the way up from the smallest of petty theft all the way up to shootings would be handled by the individual zone detectives. When they centralized, they went back to detectives are no longer assigned to the zones. They went back to under a central umbrella where they are more specifically responsible for certain types of crimes. Like I am in larceny, dealing with thefts. There's, you have your burglaries, your auto thefts, your homicide, your SVU, all that kind of stuff. So instead of being divvied out to zones, they all went back under headquarters, central location.
And when did the zones become more centralized?
In 2021 or 22, just a couple years ago.
And are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified in May of 2013?
I was.
Now, if you could tell the jury a little bit about your training, if you have any, within with any type of firearms or firearms.
Sure. Like I said, I've been going on my 24th year. I've had thousands of hours of total training and probably breaking down hundreds of those hours in firearms specifically. Every year we have to do 8 and 16 hours just annual training with our firearms. Also, when I was in narcotics and with the GBI, I did a lot of specialized training with firearms, including tactical shotgun training, submachine gun training, scenario-based training. We go to specific training locations, like the federal marshals have a a building complex that's set up like at a house or apartments, or it's removable walls, so they can do all kinds of adjusting where you could go in and use simulations and actually train either entries or just training with the firearms.
And during the course of your kind of firearm trainings, do you learn how to identify defects that could be considered a bullet hole?
Yes.
Do you also learn about energy and power as it relates to how bullets come from the gun into a surface or into an area?
Yes.
Now, taking you back to May 2013, I believe when you talked about your history with APD, were you assigned to Zone 6 Police Department within 2013?
May of 2013, yes, I was assigned to Zone 6.
And just briefly tell the jury what area borders, what area encompasses Zone 6 back in 2013?
Back in 2013, Zone 6 is unique within the city because it actually involves parts of Fulton and DeKalb. Zone 6 is mostly the east side of Atlanta, east of Piedmont Park, down over towards Moreland would split the DeKalb from the Fulton parts of Zone 6. From the zoo over to around Boulder Crest back in 2013 was basically Zone 6, from North Avenue down to the city limits on the south side.
And what zones border Zone 6 back in 2013?
Zone 2 would have bordered Zone 6, Zone 5, and Zone 3.
And where would Zone 3 have bordered Zone 6 back in 2013?
They would have shared. They would have bumped into each other. Zone 3's eastern boundary would have been Zone 6's western boundary.
And approximately, we're talking about streets or areas where in the city would that border occur?
Well, Zone 6 is like I said, the far east. Zone 3 would be just a little bit over from the far east, more kind of just down from downtown. Good landmarks, Zone 3 would have been the zoo. Would have been the old Turner Field, Zone 3. So that area, University, that kind of, if you're familiar with the city, that is more Zone 3.
And would the Zone 6 border be in and around that same area of where the zoo is on Boulevard down that side of the city?
A little bit farther over. The zoo's on Confederate over the, not far, like I said, it would have been close.
Tell the jury, back in 2013, were you an investigator?
Yes.
And what were your job duties and responsibilities as an investigator with Zone 6?
Back in 2013, the Zone 6 investigation would have handled everything, all crimes that had been committed other than your murders, your rapes, that sort of thing. So I would have been responsible for investigating crimes from petty theft all the way up to armed robberies and people getting shot.
I want to specifically direct your attention to May 13, 2013. Did you have the occasion to respond to the Zone 3 precinct on May 13, 2013?
I did.
And why did you respond to that location?
There was a report of a citizen who walked in the Zone 6 precinct, later identified to me as Miss Archulette Bennett. She had walked into the Zone.
Okay, so they're saying a whole name now. See, this is the BS. They done put a whole name out there now. No questioning this witness. They just put the woman's name all the way out there.
That her house was shot.
When you, at the time in which you learned of this person walking to the Zone 3 precinct, where would you have been at that time?
I don't remember exactly where I was, but I was assigned in Zone 6. I was a Zone 6 detective. So I was advised on the radio of the situation of the walk-in in Zone 3.
Okay, where in 2013 was Zone 6 precinct?
Zone, it was at 2025 Hosea L. Williams, and the same place it's currently located.
And in 2013, where was the Zone 3 precinct?
880 Cherokee, at the zoo, right next to the zoo.
And about how far approximately was the Zone 6 precinct from the Zone 3 precinct?
4 miles?
They don't give a damn about protecting this
Now-
witness at all.
Did you eventually make it over to the Zone 3 precinct?
I did.
Now, why is it that you were called as a Zone 6 investigator to respond to the Zone 3 precinct?
I was called because the incident occurred in Zone 6 at 980 Confederate, even though the victim was in Zone 3. The crime still occurred under my responsibility, which was Zone 6. Given it was reported as a prior crime, those types of incidents, the whatever zone detective in that area of responsibility would actually respond and handle the initial call.
Okay, so you said a few things. You said, although she was in Zone 3, what do you mean?
She walked into Zone 3 precinct
Now,
to make the cry out for the crime. Yes,
you said that the incident happened at 980 Confederate Court.
it did.
Is it first that location in Fulton County?
It is.
And how far approximately is 980 Confederate Court to the Zone 3 precinct at 880 Cherokee?
It's about a mile, a little under a mile, probably.
And have you had the opportunity to look at a map with those two locations on it in preparation for your testimony here today?
I have.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You showing that to defense counsels already?
Yes, they were given to the top about we showing it.
Yes, you may have permission to approach.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26 AA. Tell me, or Alpha Alpha, tell me if you recognize 26 Alpha Alpha.
This is a printout of either Google Maps or Street Maps with the outline between Trestle Tree Apartments, which is 980 Confederate, to 880 Cherokee Avenue, which was the Zone 3 precinct back in 2013.
And looking at this, is that a fair, accurate depiction of the distance between 980 Confederate Court, also known as Trestle Tree Village Apartments, and 880 Cherokee Avenue, which was the Zone 3 precinct in 2013?
It is.
You're right. This time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 26 Alpha Alpha. It's happening.
Any objection to states 26 alfalfa?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
And I believe the stick is right here. If you could take that, right here.
You mean to take the stick?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And if you could show the jury where on this map where in 880 Cherokee Avenue Southeast is.
Here's the zoo. That is the old Zone 3 precinct right here at 880 Cherokee Avenue.
And where is the Trestle Tree Apartments, or what was 980 Confederate Court?
This united back in 2013. It's called Confederate Court. And this is 980 Confederate Court, which is Trestle Tree Apartments.
And if you can tell from this map, we talked earlier. Looking back from at this map, are you able to show the boundary of what was Zone 3 and what was Zone 6 from this map? Is there a rough boundary here?
All this would be Zone 3 even back then. I'm sorry. This is back then that was zone 6.
All this being what, detective?
And which streets are you
I'm sorry.
referring to on the S line?
Back in May 2013, around the zoo would have been around the border. This eastern side being zone 6.
And is that the eastern side of United Avenue on this map?
It's the eastern side of Boulevard, what I'm pointing out.
Okay.
So Boulevard have been in general, from my recollection, it's been a few years. Boulevard would have been about a hard boundary between 6 and 3.
Okay. So everything to the left of Boulevard would be zone 3, everything to the right of Boulevard would have been zone 6.
Correct.
Okay. And approximately what is the distance between the Treasure Tree Village and 880 Cherokee Avenue?
Saying 0.9 on this map, on this picture, which is about right. I said about a mile.
Okay. And back in 2013, what was close, which precinct was closer to Treasure Tree Village? The zone 3 precinct at 880 Cherokee or the zone 6 precinct at Hosea L. Williams?
Zone 3 would have been much closer
Okay.
to Trestle Tree. Let's say about less than a mile. You're probably looking at, 4 miles going to zone 6.
And when you arrived to the zone 3 precinct, did you meet with Ms. Bennett?
I did.
Was she with anyone when you met with her?
Have a seat.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, you can. For a little while.
Well, I watched when you get up, so I'll let you know if I need to. Yes, I did meet with Miss Bennett at Zone 3 precinct.
And was she with anyone?
She was with a young male child of hers.
And when you say young male, how old are you referring?
I can't remember how exactly the young man was. It was my best memory is between infant and just barely walking or not walking stage.
So a baby.
Baby or toddler.
And what, if anything, happened while you were at the Zone 3 precinct?
I spoke with Miss Bennett, who advised me of the events that occurred both earlier that morning around 4:00 a.m. and the previous day, which was Mother's Day, May 12th, 2013.
And what did she tell you while at the precinct?
She said that around 1:00 on Mother's Day, which was May 12th, 2013, she was inside of her apartment at 880 Confederate Apartment D when she heard a loud knock on the door. She went to see who was knocking at the door, and her statement to me was it was a person named Thug and Thug's brother.
Did she tell you that at the police precinct or did she tell you that later?
I don't remember exactly when that was told to me, if it was before we went back to her apartment or prior.
Did you memorialize your interactions with Miss Bennett in your police report?
I did.
Well, looking at a copy of the police report help refresh your memory as to what she told you at the police precinct.
Yes. One second.
Commissioner Coach.
You may now.
I'm going to show you what I'm showing the defense counsel as State's Exhibit 58 Alpha Alpha. Tell me if you recognize 58 Alpha Alpha.
So, according to my report
Wait,
here, I'm sorry. Yes, I do. The 58 Alpha Alpha is an incident report I made on May 13th, 2013.
And look at a copy of your police report. Will that help refresh your memory as to what was said to you while just at the precinct?
It would.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to look at 58AA. Don't say anything. Read it, and once your memory's refreshed, just look up and let me know.
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
It has.
All right. What occurred? What, if anything, did she tell you while at the precinct?
At the precinct, she told me that the night before at approximately, or the day before at approximately 1 o'clock, she was robbed at gunpoint and at her apartment at 880 Cherokee. And she waited, and then, give me 1 second.
Good, no problem.
Okay.
And let me ask you while you're refreshing, you said the apartment at 880 Cherokee. Is that where the apartment is?
980 Confederate Avenue, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to just ask that
Basis,
he needs to refresh his recollection, not testify.
I'll stand the objection.
Are you looking at a copy of your report to refresh your memory?
I am.
As to what, though? That's what the improper objection is. So if you need to
I'll
get in,
clarify.
yes.
Are you looking at the police report to refresh your memory as to what she told you while at the precinct?
Yes,
Okay.
and the time frame, so
Did looking at the report help refresh your memory as to what she told you at the precinct?
it did.
All right. Go ahead. Has your memory
Okay.
been refreshed?
It has.
All right.
So when I initially met her at the precinct, Zone C precinct, she advised me that the day before, on Mother's Day, at about 1 o'clock, she was robbed at gunpoint by known individuals to her. She stated that they later came back.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. No, we're appropriate.
Okay.
We having a sidebar. So what they're trying to do is to show the jurors that there in fact was a shooting, a correction, there was a robbery uh committed by Walter Murphy, maybe one of Doug's homies, because he wrote it down in his police report, which he said. So they're just trying to discredit her at this point. But he was never charged. Doug was never charged with any crimes back then. Because if this was actually told to him, why wasn't he charged? Sorry, what's going on? What's going on, everyone? For checking in. Yes, we are streaming from a remote location. Well, what's happening is they spending a lot of time with this individual. Things surrounding AB or Miss Bennett. They're spending a lot of time with. First of all, she was on the stand longer than she needed to. This is a one-day witness. Okay, so why is the sound? We have no sound come from the courtroom. His lips are moving, but we have no sound. So this is happening from the courtroom. This is not me. This is the courtroom. We have no sound coming from the courtroom. Let me contact my colleague in the courtroom, tell him we need sound. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get sound back.
If 911 wasn't actually physically called?
Via police radio to dispatch. So either the desk officer or whatever officer respond, either if it's a flag down or a walk into the precinct, would get on the police radio, advise their location and what they had. And that would initiate a CAD report. When she says CAD report, she's saying computer automated dispatch. What that does, that just gives you, when you're in an accident or you have an incident and people give you a police report number or an incident number, it's generally nowadays computer automated. In Atlanta, it's the year, like this year of 24 would always be the start. And then a Julian date. So 001, it would start January 1st is 001. Then the last four would be whatever number you were that day on either calling 911, flagging an officer down, or walking to a precinct, whichever would needed to generate a report.
And have you, over the course of your 24 years, been able to view and understand CAD reports?
Yes,
And are you familiar with how they are kept?
yes.
Are CAD reports kept in a regular and ordinary course of business for the Atlanta Police Department?
Are they? I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
Kept in a regular and ordinary course of business for the Atlanta Police Department?
They are.
And are they generated at the time in which the calls are initiated?
They are.
Permission to approach. I'm going to show you what's the mark that states Exhibit 55A and 56A.
All right.
How many of you recognize Exhibit 55A and 56? 55 Alpha Alpha and 56 Alpha Alpha.
All right, we'll start with 55 Alpha Alpha.
Yes.
That's okay. This is what you refer to as the CAD report, computer aided dispatch. It's from May 13th, 2013.
And before you go into full detail, tell me, do you recognize that to be a computer aided dispatch report?
It is.
All right. And does that appear to be, looking at that CAD report, a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD report generated on May 13th, 2013?
It is.
All right. Now also looking at 56 Alpha Alpha.
Yes.
Does it also appear to be a CAD report that was generated back on May 13th, 2013 as relates to distance?
It is.
And again, are both 56 and 57 Alpha Alpha kept, 55 and 56 Alpha Alpha kept in the regular and ordinary course of business under the police department?
They are.
Yeah, this time I'm saying like tenders 56 Alpha Alpha, 55 Alpha Alpha, and 56 Alpha Alpha into evidence.
Any objection states 55 Alpha Alpha, 56 Alpha Alpha.
Yes, Your Honor, objection as to both on the grounds of hearsay, the Conocoto versus State. Also object as to improper foundation. He's not a proper witness to testify and go out to any foundation. That's custodian of records. In Conocoto versus State, footnote number 3, I believe this is specifically for the
You're right, Maris.
and confrontation for Your Honor.
Maris.
Yes.
Your Honor, he's been an officer with the Atlanta Police Department for 24 years. He is familiar with the report in which he is discussing. These reports are kept in the regular and ordinary course of business in which he's familiar with, and that'll be enough to get it in as a business record exception under, and he.
This is my CAD report.
And it's his camera recorder. And so he would be able to introduce. That is, one of those reports is Investigator Kirkman's actual CAD report that he generated as a call-in regarding this incident, Your Honor.
I'd also object on the ground for bolstering, improper bolstering.
Oh, wow.
And I give the court the site to the, I'm so prepared, Your Honor.
No, I'm good.
Site to the.
We'll do that later. We'll do that later. All right, you go right now.
How's that?
All right, Mr. Adams, that's your objection, Mr. Foundation, custodian, and confrontation, they are overruled. So, at this point in time, I'll make the states over your objection.
And that's improper hearsay, Your Honor?
55 out and 60, and 56 out.
And that's a hearsay, Your Honor?
Overruled, sir.
Permission to publish.
No problem.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, 55 out. Yes.
Let me know if I'm blocking anybody.
Now, first one that says Exhibit 55 alpha. If you can just kind of orient the jury, how was this CAD report, excuse me, strike that, let's go back. Earlier, you talked about how the number was generated. If you can look at that incident number and walk again through how the significance of those numbers, with the year, the date.
He's already testified to that.
I wanted to show it.
Let's move on. He's already testified to that.
Okay. Going through this exhibit, if you can let the jury know, how is it that, again, because a call wasn't created, how this was generated?
This was, if you go down just a little bit, you can see that it's self-initiated, which means, and then now go back up, or right here. You can see that's the officer's name and their unique ID number, and self-initiated. That would mean it's either he walked into the precinct, he got flagged down or something, he ran into something. So this would be something where an officer pulled himself out on.
Okay. And if you can scroll down.
This officer who pulled himself out on it was working 33.99. 33.99, 3 would be the watch, so that is evening watch. 3 would be the zone 3, and 99s are usually the officers working as desk officers inside the precinct.
And will also count when that person was working at the desk outside of the precinct.
Yes,
Based on looking at the CAD report.
yes.
Okay, and at what point in time does it appear that he initiated this CAD?
Your Honor, I'm the object, that's all speculation.
I stand.
what time was the CAD initiated?
According to this, SI self-initiated 5/13/2013 at 2:44:58 PM.
And do you know why, do you know what would be the significance of the remarks of non-aided kind?
It's not a Confederate. I don't know if he didn't, I don't know why it wasn't always spelled out here, but.
That would be speculation and I would check.
Okay, looking at the second line, 3399A, what does the A symbolize?
A is arrived,
And then if you just keep on going down,
okay?
so RL.
RL is relocating. That's where the address was corrected. And then RL relocating looked like the address was corrected again from Court to Avenue.
And then what is C?
C is when the officer cleared the call.
And looking down the bottom, we're at 24601. And it says 5232. Can you explain that to the jury?
Okay, go back so I can read all of it. We're talking here,
Yes, sir.
it's just giving the address, Confederate Court, inside the city of Atlanta.
And now, I believe that's everything that's contained on that page. Okay. Now, looking at this page, what if anything is that indicating on this portion of the care?
All right, so this is still 33, the desk officer's CAD report. It's showing when he gave the address, it shows up as 607, which was back then, zone 6 beat 07 or beat 7. Same thing here. This is switching the CAD from a zone 3 CAD to a zone 6 CAD. Because even though he pulled out, it was self-initiated in zone 3, it's not 80 Confederate, it's actually in zone 6. So that corrected the location in the CAD report. Shows he's the primary officer again with the address.
And going down, anything else within that page?
That's just a premise history page. It's not showing anything. So in there, I don't know if there's anything in the narrative below.
But looking at that case, there's nothing in the narrative.
No, I don't
Okay.
see anything in the narrative.
All right, now we're gonna look at 56 Alpha Alpha.
And from time to time, can I refer back to this just for I get a whole view?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, at 56 Alpha Alpha, is that a different incident number?
It is.
And do you know why there was a different incident number from the first one, from 55 Alpha Alpha to 56 Alpha Alpha?
This is the CAD report that I self-initiated.
And with the fact that you self-initiated generated a new number?
It would.
All right. Walk us through, what time did you initiate this report?
1509, which is 3:09 PM.
And is that when you would have received information from zone 3 to make your way to zone 3?
This was self-initiated while I was at zone 3.
Okay, all right.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the response.
It was self-initiated while I was at zone 3.
All right. And if we can move down. if you can kind of walk us through this portion of your care report.
Okay. Again, SI, that's self-initiated, date and time,
And what was the time?
May 13th, 2013. Time 3:09:37 PM. Again, shows the address. County Confederate Court Apartment D. If you go here, that RL, that's relocating, meaning I got on the radio and I advised them that I was changing from Zone 3 precinct and actually going to the location of 980 Confederate Avenue. And this is when I cleared the call
And what time did you clear the call?
at 4:28 PM.
All right. And so it's fair to say that you spent about an hour on this call, an hour and 18 minutes on this call.
Yes.
And looking at the bottom, under the narrative, what if anything did you tell radio?
This is radio. Serve checks. This is radio traffic, 5/13/2013 at 3:09:37 PM. This is me pulling out that I have a female and a juvenile male. This was my vehicle mileage that I started with. This is the time that I started traveling, 15:09 hours. Advising them I'm going from Zone 3 precinct, 16G is police jargon for precinct. That 7334, that is the ID number. So they were advised to meet me at Confederate Avenue. This at 7:09, I'm seeing this. So at 15:14 hours, so 5 minutes later, I arrived. My any mileage was 807.5, 805, which is 1 mile from Zone 3 precinct to 980 Confederate Court Apartment D.
And when you go into 7334 ID, who are you calling to ask to meet you at the location?
That it said 7334 would have been the crime scene technician's number. So that's their unit number. And they were advised of the call.
And I believe that is David, you can have a seat. Now, back in 2013, did you have body worn cameras in 2013?
No, I did not.
Now, we spoke about Ms. Bennett, who you met. Do you recall what her date of birth was?
Not off the top of my head. I have to refer my police report for that.
And would looking at a copy of your police report have refresher memories of her date of birth?
It would.
Commissioner Courtroom.
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's gonna mark for identification purposes at 60-57 LA. Do you recognize 60-57 Alpha Alpha?
I do.
And how do you recognize 57 Alpha Alpha?
This is a copy of the police report written by myself on May 13, 2013.
And we're looking at a copy that helped refresh your memory as to the date of birth. of Ms.
It
Bennett.
sure did.
Okay, and without reading from the document, once your memory's refreshed, you just look up and let me know what was her date of birth.
6/15/1986.
And did you, from that care report, what occurred once you made it back to apartment D at 980 Confederate Court?
Per the CAD report,
No, no.
I'm
What
sorry.
happened once you got back to the apartment, got to the apartment?
It was myself, Investigator Jones, Miss Bennett, and her small male child. So we all rode together. We went to her apartment, which was apartment D. We visually looked inside and outside the apartment, verified stories and events Miss Bennett was saying, and also questioned Miss Bennett about the incident that happened.
And let me ask you, why did you go back to the apartment?
Because this was a report of two serious crimes. One from the day before on the 12th of an armed robbery with firearms taken and shot. And the second was a report of them coming back in that morning, firing shots again. So due to the nature of potential evidence, witnesses, wanting to verify stories and accounts, I went back to where the location was alleged to have happened.
And while at the apartment, was she able to give you more detail about what happened?
She was.
All right. And what, if anything, do you recall her telling you as far as what happened first on May 12th, 2013?
So Miss Bennett said she was inside of her apartment. She heard a loud knock at the door. She looked and noticed it was a male named that she knew named Thug, and also a person that she stated name was Thug's brother. She said that these two were friends of her child's father, Mr. Makia Anderson. Once she recognized that she knew the individuals, she let them inside of her apartment.
Did she say what if anything happened once
Yeah.
they came inside of her apartment?
She said she went into the kitchen to give her baby a bottle, or make her baby a bottle, excuse me. At which point, Thug's brother produced what she called a 9mm handgun and put it back to her head, to the back of her head, demanding her personal items, money, effects, stuff like that.
Did she advise if anyone else was there besides Thug and Thug's brother?
She said another male had entered named DK.
She said that it was a 9mm, but she didn't describe to you what color that 9mm was.
I have to go back and, I don't believe so, but I have to go back and check on the report.
Okay, we're looking at a copy of your report, have a refresher memory.
It would.
Okay.
Silver, not millimeter.
And you said that there was this third person, DK. Did she advise that she was aware of or knew who DK was? Did she know DK?
Yes.
And did she say if they asked or demanded anything from her?
Yes, they demanded several items.
And did they take anything?
They did.
What did they take?
I have to.
Well, go ahead.
Yes, I know they took a Versace necklace.
And if you need a refresher
Yeah.
report, just.
Yeah, I have to go. I know that they took one of her cell phones, $4,000 cash, some car keys, a Versace necklace, baby or book bag. I think another $100 off the table or something. I have to go back and get more of the list. Is that okay? Yeah. Sorry. They took her Kel-Tec PLR 16-223 caliber pistol.
And do you recall her, if she told you who and she took the gun?
DK.
Do you recall she told you there was anything inside of the baby book bag that was taken?
Again, I have to go back. There's, you say besides or beside?
Was there anything inside of the baby book bag that was taken?
Yeah, inside she said Ray Dre headphones.
Ray or
Red, sorry, RED.
And did she describe the color of the baby book bag? Yes. She can refresh your memory.
Brown.
And you said that she mentioned that they took car keys. Do you recall what type of car keys they were? Were they hers or their rental or something else?
She said, I believe she said rental, but I have to make sure I have to go back.
Yes, you can.
Oh, where are the car keys? Rental car keys, yes.
If you need to refresh your memory, is there anything else that she listed as being taken? What you said thus far, the Versace necklace, $100, an additional $4,000, one of her cell phones, rental car keys, her brown baby book bag that had the red Dre headphones inside of it, and her Kel-Tec model PLR 223 pistol. Was there anything else?
So we got the $4,000 in there?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe that's all.
And was there a distinction or a difference between where the $100 was and where the $4,000?
I know the $100 was off the kitchen table. The $4,000, I'll have to go back and refresh if I specifically said that where that was. I don't specifically say it, but I did separate it. I didn't do 40, so I'm guessing the looks like maybe they were both on the table, but two separate, yeah.
And after she told you what items were taken, did she say if anything else occurred?
She did.
What did she say occurred?
She stated that on the way out, DK fired one shot from her stolen Kel-Tec just above her couch into the living room wall.
Did she advise that they left?
Yes,
And did she advise how they left?
and two vehicles.
And did she tell you what were the two vehicles that they left in?
I know one was a blue Dodge Challenger, and I had to look on the color of the other, brown four-door vehicle.
And to your knowledge, do you know if either of those were associated with the rental car keys that she said was stolen?
I don't know. She made no mention that that her car was stolen, just the car keys.
And did she advise at all to you what occurred what she did once they left her apartment?
She did.
What did she say?
She said that she was scared, so she stayed inside of her apartment for several hours before going to a hotel room for the night.
And then did she tell you when did she return to her apartment after leaving to go to the hotel?
Not to my knowledge, not until I drove her back to the apartment.
Did she advise you of anything else that occurred at her apartment?
She advised, she stated that the reason she came in to the Zone 3 precinct to report this was that earlier in the morning around 4 o'clock, she received notification from some unknown witnesses, neighbors, that around 4 o'clock, people had returned and shot up her apartment.
And is that the reason why she came and reported it?
She said after conferring with her mom and the fact that they came back and shot her apartment up, that's why she was reporting it the next day.
And then was she able to show you anything on her phone regarding the individual that she told you came to her home the day before and shot and stole from her and
Yes.
shot that one shot on Mother's Day?
She told me she had a picture of Thug and DK on her cell phone.
And was she able to show you that picture of Thug and DK on her cell phone?
She did.
Did she say anything else about the individuals, about any of the individuals who stole from her on Mother's Day?
It says she said they were all friends of her child's father, Mr. Anderson, I believe, Mika Anderson. She said that they were using the phone that she stole.
That she stole?
That they stole, I'm sorry, the cell phone, the Boost Mobile cell phone, whatever. That they were using that to contact her saying they were sorry. And
Did she ever tell you they advised whether or not?
Objection is leading.
Did she ever tell you they communicated with her?
yes,
Okay. What, if anything, did the individuals who stole the items communicate to her?
can I refer exactly what they said? Said they called her to apologize.
And to do anything else?
Offer to return her stolen items.
Was she able to tell you if she knew where these individuals were the night before they robbed her?
Yes, they said they were out with her child's father, Mr. Anderson.
And this is all information that Ms. Bennett provided you back at her home? Is this all the information that she provided to you while back at her home?
Yes.
Now, earlier on the CARE report, you said you had ID tech come out. Why did you have the ID tech come out?
To take pictures of Miss Bennett's apartment, which I noticed bullet holes.
And have you had an opportunity to look at those pictures in preparation for your testimony today?
I have.
And Your Honor, this time the state would like to publish what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 1 through 23A, AA. Now, while this is being put up, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the apartment layout of the Trestle Tree Apartments?
Familiar with the layout back in 2013. I don't know if they've been refurbished. Yes.
Yeah, and how are you familiar with the layout of the apartments back in 2013?
I was in Zone 6 for several years, and I had a few calls at 980 Confederate where I went inside the apartments.
And have you had the ability to go inside and see the layout of the apartments?
I'm sorry?
Have you had the ability to go inside those apartments and look inside those apartments?
I did.
Permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 24, Alpha. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 24, Alpha.
I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 24, Alpha?
It is very similar to the layout of what would be a two-bedroom apartment at 980 Confederate back in 2013.
And in looking at 24 Alpha, is that familiar to what Ms. Bennett's apartment looked like or resembled back in 2013?
Except it's transverse, so this actually have been the front door
Okay.
and then at the back door.
So
But-
it's just opposite of what's in 24 out loud.
Right, that up here, let me get it up, I'll show you.
Well,
Up here, yeah, that would have been the front door and then the back door.
I'm gonna object any testimony to conduct of the program, unless and until it's.
yes. So before you tell me about that, but is that a fair accurate depiction of the layout of apartments back in 2013?
It is.
Now, this house said I attended 24 out loud.
Any objection?
I would object, foundation indicated it's not, picture is transverse or opposite, it's not.
Well, if I was looking at it, no, I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay. If you were looking at that apartment complex, outside of it being flipped, is that the layout of the 2-bedroom apartments at Trestle Tree Apartment back in 2013?
It is.
At this time, they would like to send the 24 Alpha Alpha into evidence.
Only rule is nothing different.
He can draw, old school can draw.
Sure.
I can't, I'm left-handed, I can't draw.
Use either of these two markers.
Right.
As best as your ability, draw your understanding of the layout of the Trestle Tree Apartments. With this, we'll use this bottom portion to be Confederate Court and drawing it looking as this street is Confederate Court.
Okay. So, if you don't mind, I'll do 2 pictures.
Okay.
One, just the building, and then the bigger one of the actual apartment. So, the building would have been red brick building like that. You would have upstairs, downstairs, with 4 apartments each. A, B, C, and D. So A and B, C and D. Miss Bennett's apartment was D, upstairs to the right. So that would have been her apartment on that 4 apartment building. So here, Federer Avenue, walkway up to that building. Her apartment would have been, like I said, upstairs. There have been some steps. The door here, D. Some windows. From the door, be the living room.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Closet.
I had to take a comfort break. I'm sorry.
Behind this wall, kitchen, and bath, and a couple bedrooms. Should have been over here. Bedroom and bedroom.
All right. Thank you. So, and based upon your recollection, that's a fair and accurate drawing of how you remember her floor layout back in May of 2013.
It is.
And if you could just put May 5, 2013 on there, and your initials. Now, I want to show you what's already been admitted as basically the 44A, 44 Alpha Alpha, 45 Alpha Alpha, 44 and 45 Alpha Alpha.
Do I already have copies of those? Go back to 44 and 45? Okay, go.
Well, I don't see DK, so I'm told he's not in the courthouse yet.
Looking at exhibit 44 Alpha. Now I'm gonna direct you to the screen behind you. What is depicted in 44 Alpha Alpha?
That is the entrance off of what was then Confederate Avenue to Trestle Tree Apartments.
And is that a gated entry?
It was, back in 2013, it was a gated entry.
You said, I'm sorry, back in 2013?
Yeah, back in 2013, it was a gated entry.
All right.
The gates didn't always work, but they were there.
And do you recall having, if you can remember that, Brad, did you have to go into the gate to go to Miss Bennett's apartment?
Yes, I did.
All right, now we're gonna start looking at State's Exhibit number 1 Alpha Alpha. And while we're waiting for that to load, do you recall if Miss Bennett was able to give you a phone number to the phone that was taken from her?
I believe she did. I'd have to refer back for the number on my report here.
Okay, if you go ahead and refresh, look at your report, see if it helps refresh your memory.
Yes, it's 404-734-7358.
And then also, I believe you said it earlier, but just in case, did she give you a serial number to the Caltech that was stolen?
I believe she did. I have to go back to the report for the serial number.
Okay. Look and see if those copies of the report give you the serial number to the Caltech.
Yes, it did.
And does looking at the copy of the report help refresh your memory as to the serial number for the Caltech?
It does.
And once your memory's refreshed, let me know.
Is P as in Paul V607.
You say V as in Victor?
V as in Victor
607.
07.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 1 Alpha Alpha, did you direct the crime scene tech to take these pictures?
I did.
Okay. And what was significant for you for the crime scene to take this picture of what's depicted in 1 Alpha Alpha?
This is the outside of 980 Confederate. Like I said here, A, B, C, and D. A, B, C, and D, and up here would be in Miss Bennett's apartment back in 2013, which is D.
All right. Looking at 2 Alpha Alpha. Is that just indicating the apartment number?
Yeah, that is a fixed sign on the brick of the apartment.
What was significant for you as the investigator in depicting what's in 3 Alpha Alpha?
Two things here. This is Ms. Bennett's apartment door, D. And on that door right here is what I saw was a bullet hole in the door.
And we're going to get to what you saw in D. Looking at door C, did you notice any defects within door C?
I didn't back in the time.
Do you see now looking at any,
Yeah, there's some sort of defect here. I'm not really sure what that is. And got a closer picture, and the fact that I don't remember inspecting it back in 2013, I can't testify to what that is.
And let me ask, back in 2013, did anyone, while you were out there speaking with Ms. Bennett, come from apartment C and report anything to you?
They did not.
That's just hearsay.
I'm not asking what anybody, so I'm asking what. Did anyone make contact with you from apartment C?
They did not.
Okay, once looking at apartment D, apartment D, you noticed that, you said you noticed it was what you believe to be a gunshot hole. Why did you determine that or believe it to be a gunshot hole?
Just a few things. My training, knowledge, and experience of what a gunshot hole looks like when it hits a door or a wooden or metal object, in this case, a wooden door. The size and the shape indicate to me that that is a bullet hole.
Was there anything else regarding that hole that made you believe it to be a gunshot hole?
I do on the back side.
And when you say on the back side, is that on the inside of the door?
Yeah, on the inside of the door.
Okay.
The way the wood was displaced.
You may. How about that? We've been going about an hour and a half or thereabouts, and you probably need to take a comfort break. We're gonna take 15 minutes and then come back, okay? All right, we're in recess.
We are on a comfort break, and I took mine early. Wasn't waiting for them. When you got to go, you got to go. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are on the comfort break. And as you can see, this 24-year veteran APD investigator is essentially testifying to what he did as it relates to AB or A Benton. So, it will continue. It will continue. We'll get through this witness today, no doubt. He's going to be cross-examined, and they'll typically spend a lot of time with these type of witnesses on the stand. He's not a crucial witness, nor did they charge Thug with young Thug, Mr. Williams, with any crimes related to this incident. You're probably right. A 15-minute comfort break may turn to a lunch break. The judge will likely break them for 1 o'clock today, 1 to 2. Well, absolutely. That's you prayer changes. You peeped that, didn't you? You peeped that. It's the constant alley ooping. He's the alley oop. You know how back in the day when I used to play ball, I was nice. I used to be doing those alley oop plays and everything, lobbing to the left, right. The judge be doing the alley oops on for them. It's just I see what's happening. I see what's happening. But we're gonna take a 5-minute break. I need to look into this other story I'm covering. So, ladies and gentlemen, just bear with me, please. Bear with me. Watch the seal and listen to the music. Hey.
And then I see how they do.
Detective Courtroom, can you step back for just a second, please? All right, you got 10 seconds.
Thank you, sir. It was earlier, it was the patent court computation clause, as well as hearsay, and it's KAMUS OKO versus state, Your Honor, it's 362 Georgia Appeal 276, and that is footnote 3 and 2022.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Summon our witness, please.
Thanks, sir.
All right, summon our jurors, please, sir. Can you fix it? Okay. Brown, don't do that. Don't do that, please. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right. All right, so you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. When we were last looking, we were looking at 3 alpha alpha. Now I want to look or focus or go to 6 alpha alpha and then 7 alpha alpha. So first 6, is that a closer picture of the defect that you identify as a bullet hole in 6 alpha alpha?
It is.
All right. And the 7 alpha alpha, is that a close up?
It is.
All right. Now I want to look at 8 alpha alpha. What, if anything, was significant, or why did you have the crime scene tech take the picture that was an 8 alpha alpha?
This defect with the wood peeled off, and that indication is directly on the other side of the door of where the previous picture's defect was, which I identified as a bullet hole.
And 9 alpha alpha, is that a close up of that particular defect that you saw on the back of that door?
It is.
All right. Now looking at 10 alpha alpha and 11 alpha alpha. What, if anything, excuse me, why did you have the crime scene technician take pictures of 10 and 11 alpha alpha?
May I go back to here?
Yes.
All right, what we're looking at here is apartment D, Miss Bennett's apartment. The front door, that's the window right to the right of her front door. This window, this is a picture of that window with an obvious defect in the window.
And did you determine what type of defect, or, let me ask you. Based on your knowledge and training, was there any significance about that particular defect?
Based on my knowledge and training, this defect appeared to be from a bullet and a bullet hole.
Okay. And have you seen bullet holes that look like that previously?
Yes,
And is that over your 24 years of experience?
correct.
All right. Now looking at 12 alpha alpha and 13 alpha alpha. Do you see that window or the other side of that window in 13 alpha alpha?
Yes, right here is the inside of the window, and right there by the full court tag is the defect.
Now looking at 15, and let me ask you this, do you recall back in 2013, it appears that a portion of that shade is open? Do you remember if that was how the crime scene you and the crime scene found it? Do you recall?
Right, if it was any different than what it is right now with that defect, we would have taken a picture of it first before doing any manipulation.
Okay.
Due to the fact that there's no prior picture, this would be the way we found the window shade to be.
Okay. All right. So now looking at 14 alpha alpha as a close-up. And does it appear that most of the windows are closed except for that portion that's kind of open in 14 alpha alpha?
Yes, all the windows closed except for the portion where the defect is.
And now looking at 15 alpha alpha and 16 alpha alpha. Why did you have crime scene take a picture of 15 and 16 alpha alpha?
Because this is a shot of the defect after we manipulated by pulling up the slides.
Okay.
I mean, the shades, the slides, the shades.
All right. Now I want to look, kind of want to skip to 21 alpha alpha. Excuse me, first 20 alpha alpha. No, 20. Where on your diagram is 20 alpha alpha?
This would be these closets right around here.
Okay. And then 21 alpha alpha?
Same closet, different angle, right around here.
Okay. And in relation to the window, where was that in relation to the window?
They would be on a wall, like right around here to the window, maybe.
And in 20 alpha alpha and 21 alpha alpha, what if anything was significant why you had the crime scene tech take picture of 20 alpha alpha and 21 alpha alpha?
This is what, also, for my training, knowledge, and experience, this is what I considered a bullet hole, entered the wall and skipped along the door.
Okay. You said enter the wall, and how, what made you?
Objection, foundation.
Standing objection.
Okay. But based on your knowledge and experience, you said it hit the wall and hit a trap.
Yes,
Objection, same objection.
You
A
just,
standing objection.
now I want to go back to State's Exhibit 17 alpha alpha and 18 alpha alpha. First, in 17 alpha alpha, what, if anything, were you depicting in 17 alpha alpha? And then, yeah.
so this is the living room. This is Miss Bennett's, well, this was Miss Bennett's living room couch back in 2013. This is a defect she showed me up here. What she said was fired the day of her robbery, which was 5/12 of 2013, fired from her Kel-Tec pistol from DK into her wall right there.
And was she able to distinguish that hold that happened on May 12, 2013 from what happened at about 4 o'clock a.m. on May 13th, 2013?
Yeah, Miss Bennett's statement to me was that during the robbery, the day before on the 12th, only one round was fired inside her house. That was from her stolen pistol fired by DK, behind her couch to her living room wall, which is depicted by that photograph and that defect.
And was she able to say anything about what was depicted in State's Exhibits 15 Alpha Alpha, 14 through 16 Alpha Alpha?
These were, I don't remember if she told me that these were specifically when they came back and fired, only that the one on the couch was the only one fired when the robbery occurred.
Okay. Do you recall sitting here now if she remembered having that hole in her window when she left her apartment to go to the hotel?
I don't remember if she specifically told me that those are the ones that happened the morning before. Only that she specifically pointed out the one above the couch.
Okay. And looking at 23 Alpha Alpha, what was significant about 23 Alpha Alpha?
Like we talked about earlier, and this is, Ms. Bennett told me she had a picture of DK and Thug on her phone. She showed it to me, and this is her holding her phone. And this picture, if I remember correctly, she was holding it, and our crime scene technician snapped a copy of the photo of the two people she said were involved in the robbery on 5/12.
And sitting here today, do you remember which person was Thug and which person was DK?
I don't remember which one she told me was who.
Now, while you were at her apartment complex, let's first talk about inside the apartment. Did you find any projectiles?
Let's see.
Yes, you have a seat.
All right. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When you were inside of her apartment, did you find any projectiles?
I did not.
Did you find any shell casings?
I did not.
Was that surprising for you?
No, not in particular.
Why not?
One for inside. Only one round was fired, she said, from inside the apartment. That was from the day prior. Anything could have happened to the shell casing. It could have got kicked around. It could have got picked up. I don't know, but it's not uncommon that in my 24 years of went to shooting scenes and not found projectiles or casings.
And as far as outside, did you look for or find any shell casings or projectiles outside of the apartment?
I did look for shell case and projectiles. I did not find any.
And again, based on your knowledge, was that uncommon or surprising for you?
Not surprising or uncommon.
Why is that?
Just one where we were dealing with several hours of time frame between the reported time and when I arrived to the crime scene. So, like I said, they could have been picked up, moved, blown away by landscapers who, any numerous things could have happened.
Were you able to canvass the area?
I did.
And without telling anything that anyone said, were you able to speak with witnesses on the scene?
I did.
Were they able to give you information that assisted in your investigation?
I sustain the objection.
I'm not asking any here. I
I
don't.
sustain the objection.
Were you provided information that was assisted you in your investigation?
Objection.
I sustain the objection.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke with a,
It's not what who he spoke with is not
Someone
hearsay.
says their name, they're saying something that's hearsay.
Your Honor, we don't
I'm gonna-
believe anyone gave their name.
I'm gonna sustain the objection, and you can't testify either. So I'm gonna sustain the objection. Let's move on. I've already ruled on this anyways.
After you canvassed the area, you spoke with witnesses. Did that conclude your investigation on that day?
it did.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When you were out there, the crime scene tech, did they come in a crime scene van?
They did.
Okay. And would that crime scene van have been parked outside?
It would have.
Okay. While you were out there, did any residents approach you to give any reports about any shootings?
They did.
Okay, excuse me. About the entire building being shot up, the entire
Your Honor,
complex?
I'm going to object.
I sustain the objection.
Were there any 911 calls outside of the CAD report that you discussed earlier?
Not to my knowledge.
After May 13th, did you attempt to make contact with Ms. Bennett again?
I did.
When did you try and make contact with her?
It's a couple days after. It was either I think it was May 16th. Or can I look at?
Sure,
It was
let me
either-
know if that report tells or if you need another report.
No, I need a copy of my case notes.
Permission to approach.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 59 Alpha Alpha. Does looking at Stacy Exhibit 59 Alpha Alpha help refresh your memory as to when you made contact with Ms. Bennett again?
Yeah, I called on May 19th around 10:20 a.m. and left her a message.
Okay. And did she ever return your phone call?
She did not.
Did you try to make contact with her again?
I did not.
On May 12th or May 13th, did you get any other reports of any shooting at Trusted Street Apartments?
I did not.
Now, were you ever able to identify any of the individuals, Thug, DK, or Thug's brother?
I was.
Were you able to identify?
I was able to identify Thug as Jeffrey Williams.
Now, after being able to identify Thug as Jeffrey Williams, did you eventually close this case?
I did.
Why did you close the case?
Because failure to contact Ms. Bennett to do a follow-up investigation.
Now, in the report, did you make any determinations about Ms. Bennett as the reason why you closed the report?
I said in my report that it seems that she was being not completely truthful and that she cannot be located for a follow-up investigation.
Now, did you put why you believed her to be not completely truthful?
I did not.
Okay. Today, do you recall as to why you may have put that she was not completely truthful?
I do not.
I know you said you didn't call her. By any chance, did you ever go back out to the apartment complex to see if she was still residing at the apartment location?
I did not.
Any reason why you did not go back out to the apartment complex?
Just caseload, busy.
Did you ever try to make contact with the leasing agent to see if she still resided at the apartment complex?
I did not.
Were you ever able to determine if she had gotten a new cell phone or a new cell phone number?
I did not.
And were you ever able to call the telephone number in which she said that the suspects were calling from?
I don't recall doing that, no.
And I know you just talked about caseload. Was that the reason why you didn't do some of these other things?
At the time, I would have given Ms. Bennett my contact information, my number, my email address, along with her report number. It would have been very easy for her to have contacted me. I also called and left her a message. The follow-up investigation on this would be after the second victim contact, where I would have brought her in. We did a formal interview, recorded. So this, when she did not contact me or return my call, excuse me. To be quite honest and to be candid, this was put on the back burner and I had to move on and investigate other crimes.
And based upon what she told you about, at least what happened on May 12th, was that bullet hole in her couch consistent with what she had told you about what happened to her on May 12th?
Yes, it was.
Court's indulgence for a moment. Let me ask you this, Investigator Kirkman. In your years of experience, is it uncommon for victims of crimes to not respond after reporting a crime?
I'll stand the objection.
Did the fact that Ms. Kirkman told you that they called and apologized to her, did that have any bearing on your investigation?
That Ms. Bennett called and said they apologized?
No, that the individuals who stole her phone called her and apologized. Did that have any bearing on your investigation?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, given that it's 12:15 in the lunchtime hour, Why don't we take an hour for lunch and have everybody come back for 1:15? Okay. Investigator Kirkman, if we can get you to come back for 1:15, we'll continue examination at that time. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm gonna release you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you back at 1:15, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury's left us. We'll see you at 1:15.
And that's lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, I had to leave off screen for a minute. That's lunch break. We are going to pause for a cause. Uh, and I want to do another live, but we're going to be here in the holding queue until the judge takes the bench again. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, go have some lunch, go stretch your legs, but enjoy your lunch. I'll see you guys shortly.
Correct.
One of the last things that you said to this jury was that the case was closed because you found Miss Bennett to be, in your words, not truthful, correct?
That is what I wrote. That is
Okay,
correct.
well, and that's what you meant, right?
Yes,
Okay. You have been an officer with APD for 24 years, if I heard you correctly.
correct.
You have conducted numerous investigations.
That is correct.
You have had occasion to speak to hundreds and hundreds of witnesses, I presume.
Yes, if not thousands.
Thousands. Right?
If not, maybe. We'll hundreds.
Well, you've investigated hundreds of cases, that would be fair to
Yes.
say. You have dealt with all sorts of folks and all sorts of allegations. Right?
Correct.
All right. This case, at least, and you've been referring to it as the crime, but in reality, what it was an allegation made by Archillian Bennett, true?
It was a reported crime by Miss Bennett,
Right.
backed up by some, what I presume to be gunshot holes and other things, and some witnesses' statements.
Okay, so we're going to talk about what you saw and what you observed. But it is true that in any investigation, you rely upon physical evidence, true?
That's correct.
But you also rely upon what is told to you by a witness, correct?
Correct.
You would rely upon what is told to you by someone who calls themselves a victim, true?
Absolutely.
In this case, Archillian Bennett called herself a victim, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, it is important to test the statements made by any witness, right?
Correct.
Because the reality is, what you do is important. You're doing an important job investigating crimes, correct?
Yes.
An allegation of an armed robbery is serious. It's a serious crime.
Yes. In my opinion, it is. Yes.
An allegation of a shooting or an aggravated assault is a serious crime.
Absolutely.
And what you do not want to do as an investigator is you don't want to charge someone with a crime if the person making the allegation has not been truthful, correct?
I don't want to charge a person with a crime if the evidence is not there.
Right.
That's always been my biggest fear, is to charge somebody who didn't do something. So I try to carefully weigh what I have, what's known to me, and make a judgment call based on probable cause.
Right. And of course, one of the items of evidence that you rely upon in making that very important decision is what you consider to be the trustworthiness of a witness or a victim. True?
It is, but this was the initial call out. That's only the beginning of what a complete investigation would be on my part.
Understood.
So getting to the teeth of stuff and the trustworthiness and the actual proving one way or another, in my mind, would be done later on in the investigation. If Miss Bennett and I would have connected again and had a formal interview recorded, documented at police station or somewhere.
That never happened.
That did not happen.
You don't know why Miss Bennett didn't follow up with you. You don't know.
I do not know.
You don't know whether or not, because you're human, right? You're an investigator, but you're human. You don't know what Miss Bennett's motivation for saying the things she said were.
No. Other than what she told me that she was scared.
Right, and that's what she said, right?
Yes.
You don't know whether that's true or not. You just know that's what she said, right?
But she said on the 13th of May, 2013.
One of the things that I heard Madam Prosecutor, ask you towards the end is whether or not, for example, the defect that you saw above the couch
Right,
was consistent with what Ms. Bennett told you. Remember that question?
I do.
You said it was, right?
I did.
Now, so seeing a defect above a couch would be consistent, in your opinion, with her saying that someone had shot at that wall the day before, right?
Yes,
Okay. Now, it would also, if she had said, for example, someone shot at this wall 2 months ago above the couch, and you saw the defect, that would be consistent with that too, right?
same, yeah.
Right. And so, really, she could have told you anything, maybe not anything. She could have given you any number of explanations as to why that defect was in the wall. And the only thing you would have to go on is, well, that is what she said caused it. True?
Objection, speculation.
I stand the objection.
The objective of any investigation is to try and figure out what happened. True?
I have a little bit different, but it's the same. My objective is to try to find the truth
Okay.
and be absolutely certain that I've come to that truth
And
based on the evidence and testimony. Yes.
and that is because of how important it is to get something like this right. Right.
Yeah, you're dealing with people's freedom, their livelihood. You know, you don't want to get it wrong.
Right. And so arriving at the truth would be to some extent tied to the truthfulness of a witness, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, sounds like a silly question, but you weren't there on May the 12th of 2013 in 980 Confederate Avenue. You weren't there, right?
I was not.
Any account of what happened on May the 12th of 2013 came from Ms. Bennett, correct?
And a couple of witnesses that did not provide me with their names.
Okay. So let me ask you this. On the 13th, May the 13th, the day after this incident supposedly happened, you go to your zone, which was at that time
Zone 6.
zone 6. Ms. Bennett has gone to zone 6. All right,
No, she went to Zone 3.
zone 3. Where did you meet her?
At Zone 3.
Okay, so you go to zone 3 and you meet with Ms. Bennett.
I do. I did, excuse me.
She told you that the day before, individuals.
Hey, you still with me?
Yes.
You still with me?
And I want to go.
You're still with me, ladies and gentlemen? You're still with me?
What she said happened on the 12th, right?
I went and
Yes.
did a whole live somewhere else. I'm here.
You go back to 980 Confederate Avenue with her.
I did. I did.
It's you, it's Ms. Bennett, it is the child that is with her, and it is crime scene person.
And there was another investigator with me,
And who is that?
Carrie Jones.
All right. So y'all go back to 980, and at this point, you're looking to investigate, get more information about what she has already told you.
Correct.
All right. Now, prosecutor, would you assist me in putting up what you all have entered as 1AA? All right, investigator, you're going to see, like you've seen earlier, the picture pop up both behind you and to your left. For right now, you can look at the one on your left.
All right.
All right. So you go to the location. What you have at this point is a description of what had happened by Ms. Bennett, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you go up the stairs, and as you've indicated earlier, there are two doors, two apartments at the top of that staircase. There's an apartment C, an apartment D, correct? Right?
Correct. What-
2AA, please.
Mm-hmm.
3AA. All right. So there we go. So we have C and we have D. That's what's shown. You can see that in the picture, right?
I can.
If I heard you correctly, you testified earlier about this defect that is in the door of apartment D, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, I'm gonna have you keep your seat for the course commissioner.
Yes, sir.
But I do need you to turn around for me, if you don't mind, investigator. Okay. You agree that when you got there on that day, we're talking 10 years ago, a little more than 10 years
Almost
ago.
11.
Almost 11. You noticed this, a defect in the door of apartment D, right?
I did.
Now, you did not 10, almost 11 years ago, notice the defect in apartment C, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I made no note of it in my official report and like the time frame, so I don't know if I noticed it and dismissed it.
Okay.
Or if I didn't notice it. I don't know which one is the case there.
Okay, but truth be told, I mean, at that time, I think you said you started APD 2001?
2001.
Okay, so you have about 12 years in at that point. And as a seasoned investigator, if you'd noticed a defect in apartment C, after hearing an allegation about shots being fired at this apartment building, you probably would have made note of it in your report, wouldn't you?
Most certainly.
Your Honor, assuming that's not in evidence.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll overrule the objection.
I should have, and I should have had crime scene take a close-up of it if I believed it was a gunshot defect.
Okay.
I should have knocked on the door of C to make sure nobody was in there hurt or injured.
Okay.
I don't recall doing any of that. So.
Okay. And no knock on you. I'm just, I really just asked you about the things that you actually saw on that day.
Right,
Right.
and I'm doing the best.
Okay.
It's been a while.
True. Can I have States Exhibit 4AA, please? And then and that's the same defect on door number D, right?
Just a little closer.
Go 11. And let's do 5AA, please. And okay, let's do 6 then. All right, let's do 7. There we go.
There we go.
All right, now I want to ask you a question about this. Earlier when you testified, you identified this as what you saw on that day, right?
Correct.
This defect. Now, I wrote down, investigator, that you described it as a bullet hole. Is that correct?
Bullet hole.
Okay. Would you agree?
Bullet defect.
Bullet defect.
Okay.
Well, it was a defect, right?
Right.
Your opinion was that it appeared to have been caused by a bullet.
It was.
Right. Now, would you agree with me that this is not a bullet hole? In other words, there's nothing going through the door.
I do agree. It does not seem like it made it all the way through, that it made contact with the door and didn't penetrate all the way through.
Okay. Now, as you were there on that day, May 13, 2013, and as you see that defect, without knowing anything else, you don't know of your own personal knowledge when or how that defect got there.
When or how?
Yes,
Um,
of your own personal knowledge.
the when was provided to me by Ms. Bennett. The how was later substantiated when I looked on the inside of the door and it made more apparent that that appeared to be a gunshot defect.
Right. So I want to make sure you understand the question I'm asking though, right?
Okay.
Of your own personal knowledge, right? Because at this point, you weren't there on the 12th, right?
No.
Okay. So you show up to this location, you're looking at the door. Imagine you hadn't heard anything from Ms. Bennett, hadn't heard anything from anybody else. As you walk up to this door and you see this defect, you don't know how or when that got there.
Objection, speculation.
I stand the objection.
Okay. Let's go to 8AA. That's the inside of the door, right?
It is.
All right. Let's go to 9AA, please. Should be a little bit closer. Okay. That's a close-up of the inside of the door. Am I correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, you described what we're looking at here as a defect, right?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that this does not appear to be a hole? In other words, it doesn't go through the door.
No, it did not go through the door.
Okay. Now, as you look closely, can you zoom in on that, please, Madam Prosecutor? And if you can't, that's fine. There we go. Now, do we see anything on the inside of this defect right there?
There is some kind of protrusion.
Okay.
Exactly what it is, I can't tell from that picture.
Does it appear to be patched? A hole that's been patched?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And just to be clear, right, when you spoke to Miss Bennett, either at the station or at
All right,
the
guys,
apartment,
I am back.
she did not
Yes, I am back.
mention
And
anything to you about patching any holes.
defense attorney
or fixing
Keith
any
Adams
defects, right?
is
No.
cross-examining
In
the
fact,
witness.
I'm gonna jump forward a little bit because we talked about shell casings. Now, when you talked to Miss Bennett, she didn't mention anything to you about picking up or moving any shell casings, right?
She did not.
She did not mention anything to you about cleaning up or sweeping up any glass or in any mess that she
I
said
do
had
apologize,
been
ladies and
caused
gentlemen, but
by
I'm covering the
shooting
trial,
at the apartment, right? She
and
did not. Okay.
the stream just
And you did
blacked
not
out.
find any shell casings inside of that apartment.
This
did not.
trial
You
is
did not find
Young
any shell
Thug's trial.
casings
Why is hell?
outside of the apartment.
I did not.
It wasn't just you, it was crime scene tech, Porter, I think her name is Porter now, and
Mhm.
investigator
Jones.
Jones, all of whom were there. Nobody found any evidence of shell casings outside of the apartment that had supposedly been shot at on the morning of May 13th. True?
To my remembrance, no, nor, and I should have, and if that would have been the case, I would have notated that in my report.
All
Sure.
right,
I mean,
come on,
12
come
years
on.
in at that point, you have a report about a shooting, you're outside, you see some shell casings, you're gonna have a crime scene pick them up.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's move forward a little bit, because I want to ask you about, let's see.
There are still
what number
people.
are we at? Let's do 9.
There are still people on the other live watching. On the other live, I'm looking at the background. There are people on the other live still watching.
Sure, let's do 10.
Okay, hold on. Let's see something here. Okay, that's not connected. Okay. Okay.
Outside of the apartment, this is the window right to the right side of the door, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Now, what you know, let's do 11, please. What you know back on May 13th, as you're there at the location, is that this appears to be a defect in the window, correct?
That is correct.
Your opinion is that it looks like a bullet hole.
That is my opinion, that it is a bullet hole.
Okay, now, it appeared to you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to misstate you, right? I don't want these to be your words. It appears that as whatever it is went through that window, it made a hole, right?
Yes,
So the glass that would have been here is gone, true?
it is gone.
Okay, can we go to,
Ladies and gentlemen, on the stream,
13?
those are on the stream right now. This is not for
This is looking at the same window from inside.
those are on
It is.
Let's go
this
to,
stream. Let the people know that we are on another stream now because they're still there waiting. I'm buffering
so
over
that's a
there.
close-up, right?
It is.
Now, you're the investigator, you're not the crime scene person, but you have a crime scene person there who's working at your direction.
Let me see if I can end it.
Right.
Let me see if I can end it. Hold on.
You would be the person telling the crime scene technician, either I want you to pay attention to this or photograph this or things to that effect, right?
General, yes.
Okay. Now, would you agree with me that there did not appear to be any shards of glass or any sort of glass underneath this bullet hole on this counter? Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay, let me do this.
Now,
Put that members only. That way people leave. Boom.
when a gun is fired,
Bang bang.
let me get you turned around. I'll head back over this way.
Bang bang.
When a gun is fired,
Here, let me grab that because I gotta use it again.
when a gun is fired and the bullet comes out, generally speaking, the bullet's gonna go somewhere, right?
Yeah, let's go on somewhere.
Right.
Correct.
And in an enclosed space like an apartment.
They don't want to get off that live. They still over there. We over here.
It's gonna go somewhere in that apartment. That fair to assume?
Yes.
Yo,
Now,
Marie
in this
Duff.
case, if we can move to
Big
exhibit
Cat, T-Blaze.
17A perhaps.
Come on. Red lipstick.
All right, 17A, right? If you can see right there to your left, that is a picture of the defect that we talked about previously above the couch, right?
Yes.
All right, 18AA. All right, that's a little closer view of that same defect, isn't that right?
Yes.
All right. Now, in your testimony earlier, you said that your opinion was that that appeared to be a bullet hole. I think that's what you said. Was I right about that?
It was my opinion it was a bullet hole, and also Miss Bennett stated it was a bullet hole.
Right. Okay, so now looking at that, did you, either you or the crime scene technician, have occasion to look at it closely to see if there was an actual bullet or projectile embedded in that defect above the couch?
That's what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to end this one
If there was
on my phone,
bullet or
because
bullet
we're on
fragment
YouTube
in that
and
hole,
it's live
right,
on
it
my
would have
page on
been
YouTube. So I'm going to end
evidence,
this one. Hopefully I can end it.
If either I or the crime scene technician would have physically saw a bullet from our perspective, yes, that would have been removed from the wall and collected as evidence.
But there was no bullet or bullet fragment in that defect?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. And again, we've talked about shell casing because Ms. Bennett's statement, let's call it that, was that that defect above the couch came from DK supposedly shooting the gun into the wall, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she said that it was her gun. It was a Kel-Tec, something or the other, semi-automatic gun that she said shot into the wall, right?
Correct.
All right. So notwithstanding her statement, we don't have any shell casing to corroborate that, correct?
Correct.
We don't have any bullet or bullet defect that was supposedly shot into the wall to corroborate that, right?
We have the defect. We don't have a fragment of a bullet or a shell casing. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have the actual bullet.
Right. So if there was a bullet that had been shot into the wall the day before, and she hadn't cleaned anything up or removed anything, where is the bullet?
Hard to speculate. The round was the .223 round, which is a rifle caliber round.
Okay.
Which is a very high velocity round.
Okay.
Shot into that wall, it could have went anywhere.
Well, it would have gone into the wall, right?
Into the wall, it may have hit a stud and stopped, it may have went all the way out. I'm not really sure what happened to it.
But that defect isn't a hole where you can see something that goes through and continues on. It just appears to be an indentation of some sort in the wall, correct?
I can't tell from this angle.
The crime scene was there, right?
They were.
Okay. Now,
I can't remember, did we take another angle of this photo?
okay, well, let's see.
Like more straight on angle?
Let's see what 19AA looks like. There we go. All right, so take a look at that. That appears. Can we zoom in any more on that? All right. 19AA, can you see that?
I do.
Okay. You agree with me that that doesn't appear to be, like a better word, a hole? There's actually something that seems to be either plugging it or something, that wall?
It could be, and I also have an opinion on what else it could be.
What else could it be?
If you go back to the previous picture.
Let's see. 18?
One more, one that shows the closet.
Now let's go with 17.
Hold on, I need this one right here.
Which one?
This one right here.
Give me a number.
17. Yeah.
17 alfalfa?
17 alfalfa.
No, one back, right where we were. Just my opinion of doing hundreds of shootings on a crime
Celebrity
scene.
juicer, I see you.
If the bullet
You
was
found me.
fired
Ooh.
along this trajectory
Uh-huh.
and hit that wall, it could have skipped over, and that's what caused this over there.
Okay, so that's one theory of what could have happened,
One
right?
theory.
All right, which kind of comports with what you said earlier about a bullet has to go somewhere, right?
Has to go somewhere.
All
Thank
right,
you,
so
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you.
let's
Thank
use your theory
you.
for a second. If we've got a bullet that comes in, hits that wall, and goes to the closet door, and actually, hold that question right here, because I want to show you something.
Yes, sir.
Let's go forward one, Madam Prosecutor.
This is the
ATAA.
witness from
You see what we're
yesterday,
looking at,
her
the
apartment.
ATAA, right?
Yes, just a close up of what we.
Helen Lewis,
Go
welcome.
right up, point it for me.
New member.
All right. Defect in the wall, right?
Correct.
Defect in the wall,
Correct.
defect in the door of the closet,
Correct.
defect, hard to see here, but defect on the side of this door in the closet, right?
Yep.
All right, and defect over here, right?
Correct.
All right, so is it your testimony then that one possible theory is that a bullet came through the window, hit the wall, hit this wall, hit this door, came around the corner and hit that door?
Could have been the window or from inside.
That's a ricochet.
Somebody standing on the side of the couch.
Okay. But either no bullet or bullet fragment found behind the wall above the couch, right?
No.
Behind the wall near the door, right?
No.
Behind the door that's partially cracked, right?
No.
Or behind the other door all the way over to the left, correct?
No. No fragments found at all.
Okay. I want to ask you specifically about Ms. Bennett's account of what happened, okay?
Correct.
Now, first of all, she says that this incident happened on Mother's Day, May the 12th, 2013, correct?
Part of it.
I'll be right
And
back.
then the next
I gotta get some
morning
snacks.
of the 13th.
Okay. There was no 911 call that came in on May 12th, 2013 regarding the incident that she says occurred, right?
Not that I found.
There was no 911 call that came in on the morning of May 13th, 2013, true?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, and according to her, there is this, talking about the 12th now, there's this shooting or shot being fired in her apartment somewhere around 1 o'clock in the afternoon of Mother's Day, May 12th, 2013.
That was her account, that the single shot was on Mother's Day, on the 12th.
Were you familiar with that, either that apartment complex or that specific apartment, 980 Confederate Avenue?
I can't comment on the specific apartment.
Okay.
But I am familiar with the apartment complex.
Okay. It's a big complex.
It is.
A lot of people live there.
They did. I don't know what it looks like now, to be quite honest.
Certainly back in 2013.
Right, it was a big multi-unit apartment complex.
Okay. Ms. Bennett says that she heard a knock on the door. Is that right?
Correct. I think her words were a loud knock.
Loud knock on the door. And she said that when she opens it up, someone that she knew as Thug's brother, and a third person were there, right?
Well, she said before she opened it, she looked outside and noticed it was Thug and Thug's brother.
Okay. This is what she's telling you, right?
What she's telling me.
All right.
At that initial letting in or interact or knowing who was outside, she did not make any mention of a third person.
Okay. She says that at some point they're in the apartment with her, right?
Right. Okay.
She's about to go make a bottle for her baby. That's what she said.
Go into the kitchen to make her baby a bottle. Correct.
Right. Does she say why they were there?
No.
Okay. So according to her, they're in the apartment and she's, I guess, comfortably enough to kind of turn around and go get a bottle for the baby, according to her, right?
So she told me. Yes.
Okay. Now, you would come to find out that the father of her child, Micah Anderson, also lived there with her. Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. Did she tell you that?
She did not.
You did come to find out that the father of her child was someone named Micah Anderson. You did find that out, though, right?
She did tell me her child's father's name was Micah Anderson.
Okay.
Correct.
She says that as she turns around and goes to get her baby a bottle, someone, I think she said, Thug's brother, put a gun to her head. Is that what she said?
That's what she said. Silver 9mm gun to her head.
And she said that they took, number one, her cell phone, right?
One of her cell phones.
Okay. She said she had more than one?
Well, she had one other one when I got there because
Okay.
that's the picture we took.
Okay. So just to be clear, though, she didn't say they took one of my cell phones when she initially told you that. She said they took my cell phone, right?
Let me refer and make
Please.
sure she just said singular, not one of my cell phones.
Yeah, it's important. So if you need to refresh your recollection, just go ahead and take a look at that. At your report.
Okay. My report said she took a picture from her cell phone and that they took one of her cell phones.
Okay. When she originally told you or made the report, her
Correct.
statement to you was that they took one of her cell phones or they took her cell phone?
One more. We're at the. I just put victim's cell phone.
Okay.
So it wasn't specifically one of hers or the only.
Okay. They took her cell phone. They took $4,000 in cash that she said she had there in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And then they took a separate $100 that she also had there in the apartment. Right?
Yes.
You say where that $4,000 came from?
No.
Okay. When you got to the location, I want to jump back a little bit. Did she have a car that was there?
I don't recall.
Do you remember her either referencing or saying that she drove a Porsche? You remember that?
Nothing about a Porsche.
Okay. All right. So they also took, according to her Kel-Tec pistol, right?
Correct.
A Versace necklace, right?
Correct.
A baby book bag, correct?
Correct.
Some red headphones, correct?
Red Dre headphones. Yes.
Beats by Dre headphones?
I don't know. I just put Dre.
Dre headphones.
Okay.
Good enough. And some rental car keys. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Now, she said that they took these items and they left, right?
Left in 2 vehicles. Correct.
2 vehicles. She said that she was
Oh,
scared.
we back here. We back.
So she stayed there a couple of hours, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think her words were several hours. Yes.
That would make
And then
sense.
she went to a hotel room that night.
Correct.
Now, as you're investigating this case and you're listening to her story, right?
Maria Duff, go get
Did
him
she
over here,
ever-
Maria. Let him know where we at,
does it
Maria
provide
Duff.
Any proof that she had in fact gone to a hotel that night?
Tell him to pull up. We over here.
Again, that kind of teeth and dig it in would be part of my follow-up investigation. I'd be somewhere in a recorded quiet space, like our precinct, where all this would be broken down step by step by step. This particular case, this was just the initial call out, a basic fact finding, evidence collecting on my part. But to answer your question, that question was not asked that I believe, nor was it answered on where she would have got that kind of money.
Well, how about this? Because when you spoke to her on the 13th, she had supposedly already been through what happened on the 12th and had already gone to the hotel the night before.
That's right.
Correct.
Did she say, I stayed in this place several hours, then I went to the Holiday Inn or the Fairfield Inn or anything like that? Did she volunteer any of that information?
I don't remember, and my report just says a hotel room.
Okay.
Celebrity juicer. I
But
see what you're
certainly
doing.
At this point, what you're getting from her is that one of these three individuals, I guess you said DK, had fired a gun inside of her apartment where it was her and her infant child. Right?
Correct.
All right. Very serious offense, very serious allegation. True?
True.
All right. Now, one of the things that she told you was that Micah Anderson, her baby's father, were friends with these individuals, right?
She did.
She said that they had actually been out, they being these individuals, and Micah Anderson had actually been out together the night before. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, when we say the night before, are we talking about the night of the 12th or the night before? I mean, the night of the 11th.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think we're talking about the night before being Friday night, Saturday night going into, because the incident occurred first on the 12th. So we're probably talking about the 11th, the night before.
All right. Did you ever talk to, because now we're on the 13th, did you ever talk to Micah Anderson?
I did not.
Okay. Did it strike you as odd, as an investigator, right, with a number of years of experience, that she would tell you that three individuals who were close or good friends with her baby's father, Mike Anderson, had come and robbed her and shot up the place near her baby, near Mike Anderson's baby, on the 12th? Did that strike you as seem kind of strange?
Strange. Not strange. It seemed like stuff that needed to be followed up on with follow-up interviews.
Okay.
Speaking with her, speaking with Anderson, really getting into it. But I don't know if I'd say odd or strange.
Well, we certainly know that, you certainly know that on the 13th, when she came to the police department to report something that had happened on the 12th, she didn't come with Micah Anderson, right?
No, and like I said, and it wasn't divulged what her relationship with is Michael Anderson. I didn't know if Michael Anderson stayed there, if they were in communication, if he had any any involvement with the child at that particular point time. I had none of that information.
Okay. One of the things that she told you as you talked to her was that these individuals supposedly had her phone, right?
Correct.
And that did she say that they were calling her from her phone or that they were answering her phone?
I think they were answering from her phone.
Okay. Now,
Well, that makes sense.
was there ever a point where you were able to corroborate that with any sort of phone records, phone logs, anything like that, to corroborate that these calls that she talked about were taking place?
No, I did not.
All right. And in fact, one of the things that she said was that they called her to apologize for robbing her.
Correct.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut you off.
they called her to apologize, but I didn't know whether they were using her stolen phone to do that or another phone.
Interesting.
Did you, while you were there at the apartment, we're talking on the 13th now, did you ever attempt to call that phone that she said they were answering?
I did not.
Why not?
Did she ever attempt or offer, say, hey, they've been answering my phone here, I can call it right now and you'll see they'll pick up? Did she ever offer to do that?
I don't remember.
Did she ever give you the phone number to that phone?
She did.
Okay. Did you ever do anything with it? Did you ever do any investigation surrounding that phone or?
I did not.
Why not?
She showed you a picture on the phone, and let's see, let's go to State's Exhibit. I think that's number 23. State's Exhibit number 23 is a picture of Miss Bennett actually holding a phone, correct?
Correct.
And she is showing you a picture on the phone, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. Now, did she ever tell you what the circumstances were surrounding this picture that she had in her phone?
No.
Did she ever indicate whether there were any text messages sent from her phone or to her phone?
I don't remember anything about text messages.
Come on, Doug. Thugger, what's going on here? You guys take a phone and take your picture too?
Let's go back to State's Exhibit 20AA, please. 20.
This is not adding up here.
And while we're getting there, let me ask you. Now, this phone call that she said she received from them, from the individual that she said robbed her, apologizing for the robbery. Did she ever say whether...
Judge, we saw you stick that in your mouth, Judge. Pause. We saw what you just did, sir.
No, only that they offered to bring her stuff back.
We saw what you just did, sir.
This is on the 13th of May.
Wow.
You try to contact her to follow up on what you yourself described as a very serious incident, alleged incident, right?
Correct.
You don't get a call back from her.
I did not.
You get no response whatsoever from this person who claimed that she had just been robbed and a house shot up just a couple days before.
Correct.
There's no other investigation done to corroborate anything that she has said. Is that fair to say?
That is correct.
Now, I noticed when you were asked earlier about your closing the case, you cited the fact that there was no communication with her. In other words, she wouldn't call you back. She didn't call you back, right?
Correct.
Now, when you said though that
Celebrity, don't do that. I see what you're doing. I might too. I'm eating my virtual courtroom. I'm eating ice cream, by the way.
that you didn't think that she had been completely truthful with you, that wasn't in regards to whether she called you back or not, right?
Unfortunately, I didn't elaborate on any of that, and I don't remember why. That was the response I wrote to close the case out.
But that was certainly your
Assessment.
your evaluation, your conclusion at that time back in 2013.
It was.
Mm-hmm.
That you knew she wasn't calling you back, and your opinion was that she had not been completely truthful with you.
That was my opinion in 2013, correct?
Right. So that puts things in perspective.
All right, so I want to just kind of run back through
Good job, Keith Adams.
very briefly a couple of things, and you tell me if I'm correct about these things.
This is how you turn a witness around.
Number one,
You take their witness and make him your witness. Artfully done.
Ms. Bennett made a report about an incident that occurred on the 12th, but there's no 911 call to back that up. True?
Correct.
Ms. Bennett made an allegation about something happened on the morning of May the 13th, but there's no 911 call to back that up. Correct?
Correct.
Ms. Bennett made a report about a shot being fired inside of her apartment. There's no shell casing or projectile to back that up. Correct?
Correct.
Ms. Bennett made a report about shots being fired at her house from outside, but there's no projectile or shell casings outside to back that up. True?
Correct.
Ms. Bennett made reference to $4,000 in cash being stolen from her apartment, but there's nothing to back that up other than her word. True?
Correct.
Ms. Bennett made reference to keys to a rental car being taken, but you didn't receive a rental car receipt or anything like that to back up that she even had a rental car. True?
I don't know if she had a rental car or not. My investigators did not. She made no utterance to me that she had a rental car there. And so not really sure where the car was or if there was one.
Okay. Ms. Bennett made reference to the fact that these individuals who she claimed came to her apartment and shot at her wall and stole items from her had been hanging out with her baby's father the night before, but she never bothered to bring the baby's father or give you his information to help substantiate any of that, did she?
She gave me his name and his birthday.
Okay.
But he was not there during the time the report was taken, no.
Okay. The truth is, you don't really have any personal knowledge of what really happened in that apartment on that day, do you?
True.
No.
And it's fair to say that because you found her to be untruthful and she was not responsive.
Objection on mischaracterization of evidence.
I stand objection.
Because of your determination about her and the fact that she was not responding to you after making these allegations, you closed the case and there was no further prosecution from anyone on this allegation that she had made. True?
True.
Like we mentioned before when we talked about the goal of investigation and finding the truth and all that,
Yes, sir.
and not wanting to deprive people of their freedom without being absolutely right. Without follow-up from her, which would have led me to further investigation, the cell phone records, checking the car, canvassing again for witnesses, stuff about the hotel room, all that stuff that takes hours of investigation time.
Yes.
That I would have had to set aside time to do that after the follow-up with her. Unfortunately, with APT, the caseload does not, if I give her my card, I give her my contact information at the scene. Call me, we got to follow up on this. I call her, leave a message. Days go by, nothing. Unfortunately, the nature of the beast, I have to move on.
Right.
So that's why it was closed.
And so here we are in April of 2024, and you've not been provided with any more information than you had in May of 2013, right?
No, Ms. Bennett has still not contacted me.
Right. And you've not received any more documents or any more information or any more phone records or anything since 2013.
That is correct.
But yet here you are testifying on this case that you closed in 2013, true?
I'm here, sir.
One moment, please.
Yes.
Very good cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank
This
Thank you.
is masterful.
Cross. Am I helping anybody else?
This is masterful.
Any redirect?
Oh, she got to clean that up. She got to clean that up real quick because he gave you nothing. He closed the case.
I want to kind of leave off.
One second, I can get a drink right on. Going back.
Come on. He
Brown.
gave you nothing.
Good.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to kind of pick up where you left off. You said
You
that
can't clean this up.
you last called her on May 19th, 2013. You left a message.
That's correct.
Do you know or have any knowledge if whether or not she moved out of that apartment complex?
I do not.
I stand the objection.
Hey, let me ask you this.
She's trying.
May 19th,
She's
2013, is that about a week after this incident occurred?
Oh my God.
6 days, yes.
6 days from when she reported, or 6 days from when it occurred?
What occurred on the 12th and the 13th, right? And then 19, so yeah, 6, 5, and 6.
Or 6 to 7?
19, you said, right?
Yeah.
And I was there 7 days, I'm sorry. 6.
Do you know if something happened with her child that prevented her from calling?
I have,
I stand the objection.
Do you have any knowledge if there were any other life circumstances that happened that prevented her from calling you?
have no knowledge of that.
Now, Mr. Adams asked you a few questions on cross that I want to follow up with. Now, Mr.
There's
Adams
not much to do to
asked you
clean this up.
whether or not there was, I think, any information about a building being shot up. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any reports about a building being shot up, or solely the report from Ms. Bennett that her apartment deed was shot up?
There were no 911 calls that I remember from the 12th or 13th about any shootings in that complex. Any other building, the only information I had was what was given to me by Ms. Bennett.
And Mr. Adams went through a line of questioning that the only information that was there is what Ms. Bennett told you. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you responded in a way that said it wasn't just what she told me, but what I gathered from the other witnesses. Do you remember responding to his question in that way?
I do.
Okay. Had you gotten reports that corroborated what Ms. Bennett? You're right, he opened the door.
Basis.
He opened the door, Your Honor, when he crossed him. And he opened, we backed away from it, and then he opened the door with his cross.
Objection to the speaking. Objection.
Y'all approach, please.
You see what they're doing here? She playing dirty right now. D.A. Hilton is playing dirty right now. Did he really open the door? I don't think he opened the door. They're trying to slide through the door. You know how you got the front door of a nightclub that you got to stand on a long line to get in, but then you got the back door. Let the VIPs do the back door say, they slid in. She's trying to slide in the back door. Judge ain't having it. That's going to be sustained, ladies and gentlemen. It will be sustained. Because he doesn't really give her a lot of overrulings. He allows Keith Adams to work his swag in the courtroom. Let him do what he do. Yes. He didn't open the door. She tried to slide through the door. I see what they're doing. But listen, let me say this. Let me get on screen. Real quick. Let me say this. You guys have been following me on 3 different streams. You're still on those other streams waiting for me. Can someone tell everyone I'm over here? Celebrity Juicer. Marie Duff, let them know I'm over here. I'm going to have to delete that live. That's what I'm going to do. But I'm over here, and I'll be back.
Now, Ms. Investigator Kirkman, you spoke very briefly about the distinction between a gunshot hole and gunshot defect. What is that distinction between a gunshot hole and a gunshot defect for you? Or to you, not a gunshot, a bullet hole and a bullet defect, I'm sorry.
Well, a defect would be where the bullet doesn't totally penetrate and exit a structure, an item, a person. A defect would just be an indication made by a bullet.
Now, Mr. Adams, I want to pull up State's exhibit. I believe it's going to be 19 AA. go back, I'm sorry. The picture of the window on the inside of the apartment, right here. Looking at Stacey Exhibit 16 double A as well as 17 double A. Mr. Adams asked about whether or not you saw any glass in this area of the window. Did that surprise you not finding any glass in that area?
Not particularly, because if you notice, the pane's not broken. So any large sheds of glass would not have fallen out. And I don't know, and just the bullet going through, the only glass that would have been dispelled is the actual hole that's cut out here where the bullet went through. And just the speed of the bullet could have dusted it, vaporized it, the glass, that little bit of glass. So it wasn't totally surprising that no glass was found under the window.
Now, when she provided you the information that she gave you, did she provide you with Micah Anderson's full date of birth?
She did. Let me make sure. Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Yes, 8/10 of 1987 is what she provided me.
And she gave you, did she ever try to make up a name for the person that she did not know and only identified as Thug's brother?
No.
Okay. And she told you about other relationships that these individuals had with her child's father. Was she able to provide that they were friends?
Friends that they hung out the night before. Okay. Correct.
And is this information that one would give if they were just trying to make up a story?
Objection, false speculation.
And at any point in time, did she ever try to advise that either Thug, DK, or Thug's brother shot the bullet hole that came through the window? Did she ever tell you that?
No, she did not.
What was the only shot that she put with DK? Was that the one in the living room?
The one above the couch in the living room.
And in your experiences as a law enforcement officer, have you had occasion in which individuals do not call and report shots fired calls? Or do not report if there's a gunshot? Not always call the police if there are gunshots heard.
Repeat the question, please.
Sure. Have you had experiences in which sometimes residents or citizens do not always call police if shots fired are heard?
Yes.
And again, with this case, you advised that you put it on the back burner because she did not call you back.
Correct.
And you do not know why she did not call you.
I do not know.
Okay, court's indulgence. And was there anything that she told you that was not cooperating? Did you find a bullet hole when she said that there was a bullet hole in the house? So speak specifically about the bullet Was that cooperative?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
May we permanently or temporarily
Excuse, Investigator Kirkman.
Permanently.
All right, Investigator Kirkman, I'm going to permanently excuse you, witness. Thank you for your patience with us. You're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take 5 minutes before we call our next witness? Okay, all right. Is your next witness outside?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. We're going to take 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as everybody is taking comfort, we'll come back in. All rise. Counsels for the state, how many more witnesses you got for the day?
Judge, Your Honor, I think that'll be contingent upon the court schedule. We have 3 in the hallway. We were gonna ask one of our witnesses, who would be our last witness for today, does have to go to work at 3. I believe we'll speak with Mr. Steele earlier today. He may have a motion. Sorry. Mr. Steele may have a motion regarding that last witness that we may need to take up at the end of the day, which will be Mr. Walter Murphy. So we would ask if we could just take the next 2 and then deal with the motions regarding Mr. Murphy at the conclusion of the day. And we did have one of our witnesses who we learned this morning is in ICU at the hospital. So, ER at the hospital. And so we're trying to get a status update as to his condition.
You have other witnesses you can call, correct?
We have at least 2 others that we can call for today. We are asking if the third one can be excused, given the fact that there is a potential motion for that third witness.
Is that the motion, Mr. Steele, you filed, motion limit number 47?
That's true, Your Honor.
In taking a look at the motion, that I assume that it pertains to a proffer interview, is that correct? With Mr. Hudson and Mr. Murphy?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. Is the state going to use anything that, as part of, are you going to redact that particular interview in terms of what Mr. Hudson may be indicating or saying?
Yes, Your Honor, it's the state's intention to not, if we have to play the proffer, to redact that, and then Mr. Steele and I can talk about particularly what portion of the video.
Is it going to depend upon what Mr. Murphy testifies to?
It is, very much so.
I would just recommend that you have that in pocket so that before Mr. Murphy testifies, so it doesn't delay our proceedings.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Is it okay if we release him or no?
All right. Anything else about that, Mr. Steele? In terms of, I would agree that any statements of Mr. Hudson would be inadmissible, his attorney.
That was all, sir. Thank you.
All right, so state, if you're planning on using that proffer for impeachment or any other purpose, I would say you would need to redact Mr. Hudson's statements, his lawyer statements. So that's what I'll preliminary rule upon. Yes, Mr. Short.
Your Honor, I wanted to identify another possible issue. I have not recently.
Have you filed a motion?
I have not. It applies to everyone, and I'm just trying to bring it to the court's attention. It doesn't just affect me or my client.
Okay, remember what I told you in my administrative order. This is what causes delay.
Well, that's why I'm
So
bringing it up now.
file a motion.
Okay.
All right, what is the issue? I'm going to invite you to file a motion because this is what happens.
I understand.
So what is the issue you want to raise to me?
The DA that is conducting the proffer of Walter Murphy is a defense attorney that the jurors have already met in the course of this case during jury selection. Is Suri Chada Jimenez. That strikes me as unseemly and potentially problematic.
I thought it was Mr. Hudson.
No, Mr. Hudson's the defense attorney. Suri Chada Jimenez was the district attorney at the time conducting the proffer. That strikes me as problematic. I have not researched
Then
it.
you need to research it and we need to take it up if that's the case. But right now, without anything more, there's nothing for me to rule upon.
I understand, Your Honor. I
Okay.
just wanted to bring it to the court's attention.
All right, okay. Okay, all right, we're in recess. Give me 5 minutes.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. I am back. Put a 1 in the chat for all those who are still here. I just wanted to see some activity in the chat comment section. Put a 1 in the chat, please. I want to welcome Brains Over Beauty. Paradox, I see you. Gigi, I see you. Gluten free. I don't know. I'm eating some ice cream. I don't know if that's gluten free, but I'm eating ice cream right now. Who else I got in the building? Miss Betty. Miss Betty, I see you. Marie Duff, I thought you abandoned me. Shorty, what up? Miss Betty, Shorty, Marie Duff. What's going on? What's going on? Okay. Okay. So you saw the judge just snapped at Max Sharp, the attorney representing Shannon Stillwell. He doesn't want too much of the court's time wasted. I say, Judge, let's not get these wasted, useless witnesses on the stand. Because this last witness, we didn't need him. He offered nothing to prove Young Thug is guilty of being a Puerto Rico. This guy didn't offer it. He closed his file. No one was charged. Nothing. It was nothing we could get from this. We could get nothing from this. The celebrity juicer. You saw what was happening. We got nothing from this witness. It was a waste of time. That's what's wasting the court's time. The judge needs to sit the prosecutors down and say, let me see what you got, because we're not wasting these jurors' time. We don't need to go another year with this trial. We don't need it. We want to see what you really have. Because at this point, this guy's sitting in jail without a bond, as well as the other defendants. Get to the meat and potatoes. If you want to hitch this guy to the crimes of others, then prove he had a connection, that he ordered these other crimes being committed by others. the jurors are not going to, celebrity juicer, the jurors not going to retain all this information. I'm going to say this. I don't care what they tell you, but I've sat in more jury trials than half the lawyers are practicing right now. Just sat in there and covered cases and watched these jurors, and you lose jurors, ladies and gentlemen. You lose jurors. You lose jurors. It's simple. You lose jurors. And they don't get the time back. And the court is asking something very serious of these jurors to give up your life for the next year or 2 years for strangers that you don't even know. And they're getting paid $25 a day. Ask yourself a question. Ask yourself a question. Does it really mean that much to waste people's resources with a weak case? Now, some of these young men were moving foul back in the day. Some may go on to be career criminals, and some may have turned their life around. But when you're digging up 10-year-old cases, it tells me you don't have a lot. At some point, people are going to get frustrated. You're going to lose jurors, there's going to be mistrial. It's just going to, that's what's going to happen. This is not the smoking gun case that I'm looking for. I'm good. I'm good on this case right now. I'm good. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, time for another lunch break. See you at the lunch. I'm out.
Stand.
All right, summon Ms. Latners, please. All right, Ms. Latners, good afternoon, madam. If you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would please turn and be sworn as a witness. Yeah, she needs to be sworn again.
I do. Sharon Latners, SharonLatners.
Good afternoon, Ms. Latners. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
I wanted to ask you a couple questions. And so before I do, I wanted to approach you and with what's been labeled as 1 Bravo Bravo and 2 Bravo Bravo. If you can, Ms. Latners, can you look over 1 and 2 Bravo Bravo and look up at me when you are ready? How do you recognize those, Ms. Latners?
The CAT report is the one I print out. My name is on the top. The 911 audio I listen to it is on the, my issues on the accountability.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD report and 911 call for the incident that you're discussing?
Yes,
Your Honor, this time of statement to tender and evidence states exhibits 1 and 2 Bravo Bravo.
Have they been shown to the defense counsel?
They have been previously shared, yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to states 1 and 2 Bravo Bravo?
Yes,
Mr.
sir. Objection to the CAD report is hearsay confrontation clause, case cited previously. I put that on record again, Judge?
No, I'm good. I'm good. All right, I'm gonna overrule your objection, sir. And I'll admit states 1 and 2 Bravo Bravo over objection, maybe publish. Did you see that?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state moves to publish exhibit 1 Bravo Bravo.
All right, sir.
Ms. Latners, is the CAD report and 911 call that we're here to discuss for the events on April 12, 2015?
yes.
Ms. Latners, going through the CAD report, what was the incident number for this act, or just this CAD report?
151022458.
What time, or let me start with this, what was the call type?
Person shot.
And what type of priority response does a person shot get within APD?
Prior to 2, should be a prior to 2.
What was the location for this person shot?
It came in at 1987 Fremont Street, Southeast.
Was that location ever changed?
Yes, it was.
What was that location changed to?
2110 Browns Mill Road, Southeast.
What time was this call initiated?
9:47:56 p.m. hours.
What time did officers first respond? Or I should say arrive on scene?
9:52:45 p.m. hours.
And Ms. Latners, what zone and beat was this call in within the city of Atlanta?
In zone 3, beat 310's beat.
Now, have you seen before, Ms. Latners, where the location on an incident is changed?
Yes.
what could be some circumstances for that?
Caller can provide the location they're at, and once the officer get him out investigating, he find out the incident happened at a different location.
Now, Ms. Landers, I want to talk about some of the incident remarks under unit times on page 1. Do you see that first line where it says DS at 9:48 p.m.?
Yes,
Can you explain what that means to the jury?
DS mean dispatch.
And is that the address they were dispatched to?
It was dispatched in 1987 Fremont Street Southeast.
Now, immediately beneath that, it has BU. What does that code stand for?
BU is backup.
And then immediately beneath that on the third line, it has EN.
En route.
And so those first 3 lines are units. Are they en route to 1987 Fremont Street?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn your attention, Ms. Ladders, to page 2, line 6, where it says CT, and then it has the numbers 50. What does that mean?
You said page 2, line 6.
Yes, ma'am. At
Call.
1 p.m.
You said CT?
Well, the call type was C, and then it says 10:01:02 p.m. And then at the far right it says CT 50.
Call type equals 50, that's our signal for Atlanta Police 50. Plain talk is person shot.
Now, Ms. Ladders, I want to ask you a couple questions about moving further along. If you see at 10:23 p.m., it has the APD code of LC,
Location change.
and at 10:23:23, what was the location changed to?
It shows Browns Mill and Harper Road.
Would that be an intersection?
Yes, sir.
Now, immediately beneath that, do you see that second LC, Ms. Ladders? At 10:36 p.m.?
10:36:38.
Yes, ma'am. What happened at that, what does that mean afterwards where it says EN Grady?
Grady's en route to Grady Hospital.
And if you move Ms. Ladders a little further down where it has Unit 21 LC at 10:51 p.m., can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
What line are you on?
It is,
Unit 21.
yes, ma'am.
Unit 21 is one of the head commanders for that zone.
And what are they doing at 10:36:38 according to the CAT report?
1021 has a location change and he's en route to Grady.
And do you see if they ever put a call sign in the CAT report for ever arriving at Grady?
Amy arrive. And you should see unit 5338 arrive, but that's at Browns Mill.
And if you see this line is at 10:51 p.m. where it has location change at Grady.
At 10:58 p.m.
Now, Ms. Ladders, I want to talk a little bit about the CAD narrative for this call. At the bottom of page 2, can you explain for the jury, it starts at 9:47 p.m. Can you talk through what this indicates in the CAD report?
The 911 received a call from a person advised at 1987 Fremont Street Southeast, a person been shot. Then the second line at 9:48:28 p.m., the 911 operator advised her supervisor about the call at that location. And she also notified Grady, a person been shot. Then the next line at 9:48:28, the dispatch advised as the supervisor of that zone, 3396 and 3395, do they copy the call at that location a person been shot?
And Ms. Ladders, does 3396 and 3395 have any significance to you in terms of those unit numbers? Are they supervisors, patrol officers? What do those unit numbers indicate?
They are the supervisor, they are the sergeant of the zone.
And does it follow up and say 26-year-old patient after those sergeants were notified?
Correct. The units out in the zone advise dispatcher that a person out of that zone, a 26-year-old male patient, has alert conscious and breathing, but he has been shot.
Now, Ms. Ladders, turning to page 3, I want to ask you a couple questions. What does the call code DQ mean?
DQ is when the unit do a driver search on his MDT for a person.
And what kind of information can come back from that?
You can get if a person wanted.
And what, within the call signs that APD uses, what is QW?
It's not APD, it's GCIC use QW,
And what does that mean?
wanted person.
Now, in this CAD report, do you see any driver's license queries or DQ in this CAD report?
I do.
Can you explain for the jury what you see and who they were?
You see a DQ for Kristen James. You want me to do the date of birth or just the person name?
What year was Christian James born?
1997.
Is there a second query that you see?
Terrence Moody,
What year were they born?
1998.
And do you see a third query of the driver's license search?
You see one for Davis Cornels,
And what year were they born?
1993.
And do you see a fourth query in this category?
You see one for, we did Davis.
Do you see one for White?
I see one for White and date of birth is 1987.
Now, what kind of reasons or how does someone get, when this category indicates these license checks, how does that come up?
The officer asks the subject for his driver license and he goes on his MDT and run a DQ check. That's for your license. And whatever comes back on your license from GCIC, all that information comes back to the officer on his MDT.
Now, Ms. Landers, do you see the last two lines in this cat area?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what QB indicates?
Vehicle. He's running a tag number.
What tag was ran in this case?
BZE 2206 Georgia plate.
And what is RQ indicate?
That's a license plate number, the same.
Did that pertain to the same vehicle that they did that you just described?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Landers, I also handed you 2 Bravo Bravo. Does that correspond with this CAD report that you just walked through?
Yes.
And is that the 911 call that initiated this CAD report?
Yes.
All right, this time the state publishes states exhibit 2 Bravo Bravo for the jury.
You can publish it.
Yes, I'm just going to, it should be ready now.
Thank you.
And that's an I-1 operator 6180. What's the address of your emergency?
Yo, please, AC emergency.
What's the address?
Hey, Neil, what's the address? Neil, what's the address? 1987 Fremont.
1987 Fremont.
1987 Fremont. Somebody shot.
Okay, hold on for the ambulance, sir. Don't hang up, okay?
Yeah, hurry up.
I'm still on the line with you, sir.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, we're holding for the ambulance.
EMS 785, what's the address of the emergency?
It's 1987.
Somebody been shot.
Sir, calm down. Let me give her the address.
1987 Fremont.
And repeat that address, please, for verification.
1987 Fremont.
Okay. And is this going to be a house or an apartment?
A house.
Okay, we have already started an ambulance. I'm going to get some information from you while they're on the way. What's the phone number you're calling from?
770-882. 5580.
Okay. And we do have help already started. What's your name?
My name's D'Angelo.
And D'Angelo, tell me exactly what happened.
Now, we was at the gas station. And, my partner was trying to talk to a girl, but I guess they thought we was following them, and then they pulled up on and just started, and we pulled off. And then we pulled off from the gas station, and then we got away. And then we ended up driving a back freeway, and then we ended up seeing them here, and they ended up shooting. And somebody ended up getting hit.
Okay. Are you with the patient now?
Huh?
Are you with the patient now?
Yes.
Okay. How old is the patient?
How old are you? 26.
Okay.
Hurry up.
And is the patient male or female?
Huh?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. He's 26.
Okay, listen, I was asking you, was it a male or female? Is he awake?
He's a male.
Okay, is he awake? Is he conscious?
He's conscious. He's talking.
Okay, is he breathing? Okay, Atlanta, go ahead and start firing PD, please, 785.
They're en route. I'm 6180.
Thank you. Is the assailant still nearby, D'Angelo?
Who?
Is the person who shot, are they still nearby?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And is there any serious bleeding?
Huh?
Is there any serious bleeding? Is blood spurting or pouring out of him anywhere?
Yes, he's bleeding. He's bleeding. He's bleeding.
D'Angelo, calm down. I'm trying to ask you these questions.
Okay, calm down. You see the man shine?
Is he completely alert?
Man, he's alert. He's talking. But
Listen, what part of his body was injured?
What you got shot
in? His body was injured.
He got shot in the face.
Okay, listen, do you guys have the bleeding under control?
No, ma'am, come on.
Listen, they're already en route. This isn't delaying them, okay? Is there more than one wound?
No, I'm finna hang up. I already hear the police coming.
Okay, listen, I can help you to help them until they get there.
Sit down, cuz.
Okay, listen, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Do you guys have a clean, dry cloth or a towel? Or can you take your shirt off? That you can apply pressure to the wound until they get there. D'Angelo? Hello?
Ms. Ladders, when we had talked about the license plates that are not license plates, but the driver's license queries that the officers did, if you turn to page 3 on this CAD report, do you see any query for someone with first name D'Angelo?
Yes.
What time is that query?
10:38, 56 hours PM.
Thank you, Ms. Ladders.
Cross.
No questions.
Anybody else? All right, may Ms. Latners be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness.
Temporarily, Your Honor.
See, Ms. Ladders, don't be looking at me that way, all right? All right. Madam, good to see you again. I'm going to temporarily excuse your witness. We'll call you when we need you again, okay? Thank you very much. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. All right, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls D'Angelo White to the stand.
All right, summon Mr. White, please.
Your Honor, may I briefly approach with the defense counsel?
You may.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask your assistance? And I'm just going to give you a short recess, and then we'll go ahead and get less than 5 minutes. We need to. Court needs to take up just a brief matter, and then we'll bring you right back in. Okay? So don't get comfortable. All right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury is not here. Members of the media, if you would not videotape our next witness due to security concerns, and please do not videotape where he's coming from. All right. Sergeant Brown, if you'll get our witness, please. Okay, so noted, still denied, but no harm in asking. All right. Mr. White, you can have a seat. When the jury comes out, I'm going to ask you to stand, okay? And then we're going to swear you in as a witness, all right? Okay, all right. Summon our jurors, please. Mr. White. Mr. White. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Mr. Atkins, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Mr. D'Angelo White.
All right, Mr. White, can you please take the oath from Sergeant Ingram, please?
You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes.
Yes.
All right, Mr. White, do me a favor, pull your chair up as close as you can to the microphone and speak directly into it so we can all hear you, okay?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
State spell your name.
DEANGELO WHITE.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jury where you grew up?
Cleveland Avenue.
Is that Cleveland Avenue here in Atlanta?
Yes, sir.
What part of Cleveland Avenue did you grow up in? Like what street?
Over Hateville Road.
How close when you grew up were you to are you familiar with the Coin Laundry on Old Hayville?
Yes, sir.
Were you near or relatively close by to that location growing up?
Yes, sir.
Now, growing up, did you have any siblings or family members that lived with you?
No, sir.
Did you ever, or I'll put it this way, did you ever get to know, or are you familiar with that area as part of the land?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever spend any time in any other areas in Atlanta? Any other neighborhoods?
Yes, sir.
What other parts of Atlanta did you spend time in?
Four Seasons, at Lakewood, Canterville.
I'll start with Four Seasons. Where's Four Seasons in relation to the Cleveland Avenue area in Atlanta?
What you mean?
Is it close by? Is it far away?
Like 5-10 minute drive.
What about Lakewood?
5 minutes.
And what about Mechanicsville?
5-10 minutes.
And would people, or I'll put it this way, with the schools you went to, were any of those neighborhoods, did you get to know people who grew up in those neighborhoods and went to school with you?
Yeah.
Do all of those neighborhoods feed to the same type, middle schools, high schools, stuff like that? Or they different?
Different.
Okay. Now, growing up, were you closer, did you spend more time with people that grew up in Cleveland or people that grew up in the Four Seasons, Lakewood, or Mechanicsville?
Cleveland.
Okay. Now, who did you know in the Lakewood area? Did you have any family or relatives that grew up in Lakewood?
I had an auntie.
Did you ever become familiar with people who grew up in Lakewood in terms of like friends growing up?
No, not really.
Now, sir, how old are you here today?
27.
And where did you go to school?
South Side, South Atlanta. I turned school.
Did you ever graduate?
No,
How far did you go?
9th grade.
Have you gotten or are you working on getting your GED?
I'm in prison right now getting my GED.
Do they have programs for that where you are?
Yes,
Now, how long have you been in prison?
7 years.
How much more time do you have to go?
36 more months till I'm max out.
All right. What do you plan on doing when you get out, Mr. White?
Get a job and work.
Okay. What kind of industry do you plan on working in?
Overruled.
Food industry, construction, business?
I mean, I don't know right now, you feel me?
I got you. Let me ask you this, for what was it, like, what case was it, or how did you end up in prison?
I got 2 armed robberies, hijacking, possession of a firearm by convicted felon.
What year was it that, did you plead to those?
Yes, sir.
What county was it?
Fort County.
Do you have any other felonies, besides what you just mentioned within the last 10 years?
Yes, sir.
What are
Theft by receiving stolen auto, entering vehicle.
they? And, do you have anything else other than that? Or what county was the theft by receiving in and out?
Fulton, Clayton.
Now, did you, ever have a friend or ever know anyone that went by the name who?
I don't even know him.
Okay. Did you ever, have a friend or know anyone who went by the name Neil?
I don't know him neither.
Did you ever know or, be friends with someone who went by the name Terry?
I don't know him neither.
Did you ever know or were friends with someone who went by the name Crucial?
I don't even know them.
Now, did you, let me put it this way, sir. Did you choose to be here today?
Nah, I don't even know why I'm here. This not my case. I don't know what's going on, you feel me? I don't even supposed to be here. I'm serving my own time.
Do you want to be here?
No, for what?
Is people who are, or I'll put it this way, how is it, or is there any impact in being here today, considering where you being in prison? Objection made.
I sustain the objection. You can rephrase.
How is people being forced to testify and produced to testify in prison abused? Favorably or is it negative?
Only, for one, when you came and told me, when you seen me down the road, I told you I would testify on what? This not my case. This don't have nothing to do with me, period.
Did Zach and me, the investigator, went and met you?
Yeah, you came and seen, what, 2 black ladies, one first time, one the second time.
And before you saw me, you were the investigator I was with, we didn't know each other from a can of paint, is that fair to say?
Right.
And when I walked in that day and saw you as my investigator, I didn't know what I was coming to talk to you about, did you?
For sure, I didn't.
Did we talk about that? Did we discuss, the investigator and I, some questions about something that happened to a friend of yours back on April 12, 2015?
It's not my friend. I don't even know him. I'm telling you, I don't know him.
Is he the cousin of a friend of yours?
No.
Do you remember looking at any photographs from a shooting from April 12, 2015?
Yeah, that you put in my face that you showed me.
Did you recognize any of those photographs Have we looked through?
A couple, but man, I don't know them like that.
Now, Mr. White, I'm gonna approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72 Bravo Bravo. This is I'm gonna show you, sir, 72 Bravo Bravo. Now, earlier we talked about you growing up in Lakewood. Do you recognize any streets or areas on that map?
Dobbs Elementary, Brownsmere Road.
How do you recognize those?
My auntie stayed in Lakewood. I went to Dobbs Elementary when I was younger.
Is it a fair and accurate, does it look like where Dobbs Elementary and the roadways in Brownsville that you grew up around?
Yes.
All right, this time the state moves to tender the evidence, State's Exhibit 72 Bravo Bravo.
Any objection to state 72 Bravo Bravo? All right, hearing none.
No objection.
All right, it's admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Publishing 72 Bravo Bravo. Now, sir, you can look at that copy you have before you. There's a screen that's to your immediate left, and there's kind of a yellow hazy screen behind you. It's probably easier, but to look at the one that's closest to you. It's closest to you. Now, in general, the area depicted in this map, would you say that's Lakewood?
You say Dobbs Elementary and Brownsmere Road.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I briefly approach to show something on the screen?
You may.
So, this is how, well, could you show the jury where Dobbs Elementary School that you went to when you were, that you attended as a child on that map?
It said on the screen.
Would you mind circling it? The screen that the jury's looking at is a little hard to read. Would you mind circling on that map? Or is it the top, the bottom, or
I mean,
do you see where the mouse is, sir?
if I can see it, I know they can see it.
Your screen's a little better quality, but just asking you, do you see where it's zoomed in now?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned Brownsville Road. Do you see that road, Brownsville Road, behind Dobbs Elementary?
To my Meriden Drive.
Do you see Brownsville Road? You see where Dobbs Elementary School is on that map we just talked about?
Yeah.
What's the road immediately behind it?
Meriden Drive.
And what is the other street other than Maryland Drive?
That's the only thing you're showing on my screen.
Do you see that gray line at the very bottom left of the screen?
What is it, Lakewood Trail?
Yep, between Lakewood Trail and Dobbs Elementary, you see a roadway.
Only thing you're showing is Meriden Drive, Brownsmere Road.
Okay. So you see Brownsville Road there. Now, on Brownsville Road, well, let me ask you this. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Do you see where it says secure trailer lots across the street from Dobbs Elementary? What is that?
Trucking stop, man.
Okay. Has that been there a while?
Yes.
Now, what roadway, what's that main road there that Dobbs Elementary's on and the truck stop is, sir?
Say Harper Road.
Now, you see that thick black line between Dobbs Elementary and where the truck stop is?
It's in blue.
Yeah, it may be blue. Yeah, it's blue on your screen. What roadway is that?
At the top of it, I can say Sitgo.
Do you know where that Sitco is on Brownsville?
Yes.
What's the other road other than Brownsville that kind of crosses where that Sitco is?
Frontmont, Aquita Drive, whatever.
Have you ever heard of Jonesboro Road?
Yes.
Is that Sitco, was part of that Sitco, is it or is it not on some of Jonesboro Road?
Yes.
Is Dobbs Elementary School on Jonesboro Road?
Yes.
Now, that Sitco, how are you familiar with it? Have you ever been there? How do you know that Sitco?
So it's my auntie stayed in Lakewood.
Would you ever go there to like get drinks or snacks or something like that growing up?
Gas, put in the car.
Did you, that makes sense. How long did it take you to get there from where you grew up at your aunt's house? 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
5-minute walking distance.
So you can walk there.
Yeah.
Did you ever know any of the people that work there? Or get familiar with them?
Nah, I mean, people who probably working there are probably familiar with me for probably coming in there.
Would you ever go there, hang out there with any friends of yours in that area?
Yeah.
How often would y'all hang out at that Sitco? Like daily, weekly, couple times a month, once a year?
I ain't really just hanging on the street like that, you feel me?
Gotcha. Would you typically go up there daytime or nighttime?
Anytime I feel like.
Was it open 24 hours or how late would that Sitco stay open?
I can't recall, but I know it ain't probably like 24 hours.
Okay. Now, I'm going to Your Honor, I'm showing the defense counsel what's marked as 54 Bravo Bravo. Your Honor, I'm handing the witness what's been marked as 54 Bravo Bravo. Ms. White, do you recognize 54 Bravo Bravo?
That's the Sitco on John Bay Road.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the Sitco that we were just talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to publish State's Exhibit 54 Bravo Bravo into evidence.
Well, first you got to get it admitted. So any objection to States 54 Bravo Bravo? All right, States 54 Bravo Bravo is admitted and may now be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could we not scroll through the other photos, please? Thank you.
Your Honor, publishing State's Exhibit 54 Bravo Bravo. Now, Ms. White, is that the Sitco we were talking about?
Yes.
like if you were meeting with the cameraman, right? Like that took this photo, what road is that the cameraman will kind of be sitting in the middle of that took this photo? Is it Brownsville or Jonesboro? Like the road on the bottom of that photo.
You know what I'm saying? Like, why is I'm here?
Ms. White?
This is not my case. I got nothing. I don't know why I'm even here, man. You feel me?
I understand you, sir. I just gonna ask you some questions. Do you know what that road is on the bottom of 54 Bravo Bravo, sir?
I don't even supposed to be here. Why is I'm here?
Ms. White? I just wanted to ask you, do you know what that street is on the bottom that's in that photograph before you and on the screen to your left?
What they got to do with me?
I'm just asking if you know the street, sir.
I don't even supposed to be here. I just keep asking you the same thing. Like,
Ms. White, do you know that street on the bottom of 54 Bravo Bravo?
yeah, but what they got to do with me?
What street is it?
You see what it say? It say John Bay Road.
And what you see where, you know, when you go to a gas pump, they'll have the neon lights with the price of gas. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, what about it?
You see that red and green neon light kind of in the back of this photograph?
Yeah.
What's that road that I say perpendicular from the Jonesboro Road we just talked about?
I don't know.
Is it Brownsville Road?
I guess.
Do you guess or do you know?
I don't know.
Now, I'm going to show you a couple things, right? Well, before I do that, Your Honor, I'm going to show defense counsel what is 63 Bravo Bravo through 71 Bravo Bravo. Your Honor, I'm approaching the witness in hand on what's marked as 63 Bravo Bravo through 71. Mr. White, starting with 63 Bravo Bravo, do you recognize that?
Look like it's a John Bay Road.
Do you see that SITCO, or are you familiar with what's depicted in that? from growing up in the neighborhood?
Keep asking me the same question.
And just asking you, are you familiar with that, where you grew up, Ms. White?
It's a sicko.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of how that sicko Jonesboro Road area looked when you were growing up?
If it's still the same, I've been gone 7 years. It's still the same.
Was it before, was 2015 before you went to prison?
If it look like that,
Your Honor, this time the state moves tendered at 63 Bravo Bravo.
Any objection to say 63 Bravo Bravo? Any counsels? All right, hearing none, 63 Bravo Bravo is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 63 Bravo Bravo. So, sir, is this the Jonesboro Road we were just discussing?
yeah,
And is that the sicko we were just talking about on the right in that photograph?
yeah.
Now, I'm going to show you 64 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize 64 Bravo Bravo?
Why is I'm here, man?
Ms. White, I'm just asking you if you recognize 64 Bravo Bravo.
I don't pose to be here.
Do you recognize 64 Bravo Bravo, sir?
I don't pose to be here. I pose to be in Chang'an prison. I don't even know why I'm here. This ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't even know why I'm here.
Ms. White, why do you not want to testify? Talk about anything today?
Testify? This ain't got nothing to do with me.
Hold on, Mr. White, 1 second. I'm gonna overrule your objection, Mr. Matthews. Asked and answered was his objection, and I've overruled it. So you can answer the question, sir. Counsel's question, okay?
Ms. White, why do you not want to talk here?
Cause this don't have nothing to do with me. This is not my case. I'm already doing a 10-year bid that I'm doing 2 armed robberies and a hijack. This don't have nothing to do with me.
I understand that, Mr. White. Specifically, just with that photograph, do you recognize the roadway in 64 Bravo Bravo?
No.
Have you ever looked at that photograph before and recognized it?
No. I don't supposed to be here. I'm gonna keep telling y'all that.
Mr. White, I understand that, Mr. White. So you're saying that you've never seen that photograph before?
No.
You've never, aren't familiar with it?
No.
All right, Mr. White, I'm gonna show you 65 Bravo Bravo. Have you ever seen 65 Bravo Bravo before?
With all due respect, man, I'm ready to go back to prison. You feel me?
Ms. White, I understand that. I'm asking you, do you recognize 65 Bravo Bravo?
What do they got to do with me? D'Angelo White, what they got to do with me?
Mr. White, can you just take a look at 65 Bravo Bravo? Just tell me if you recognize it.
Hey, man, this ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm ready to go back to prison.
I understand that, Mr. White. I'm just asking you if you could just take a look at that photograph and just let me know if you recognize it.
You disturb me. I don't supposed to be here. I'm just trying to finish my 36 months out of 10 years and go home. Feel me? I don't supposed to be here.
I understand that, sir. I'm just asking you, do you recognize the roadways in 65 Bravo Bravo? Regardless if you want to be here, do you recognize it?
So you gonna force me to be here? Y'all gonna force me to be here?
Now that you're here, Mr. White, I'm just asking you, do you recognize 65 Bravo Bravo?
I don't supposed to be here, man. I'm ready to go back to prison and keep telling y'all that.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly? Now, Mr. Wright, I'm gonna grab these. Zip code. Mr. White, you did have a friend named Pooh growing up. Isn't that correct?
No, why you keep trying to tell me I had a friend named Pooh?
Mr. White, do you remember when Lieutenant Oliphant and myself met you for the first time that we talked about a little earlier?
I don't know that dude. I just seen the dude one time. That don't mean he's my friend because I met him one time.
Well, you do know someone by the name Pooh.
I met him one time, but I don't know him.
And is it true or not true that when I met you, you never talked to me before, my lieutenant, you remember a time that Pooh got shot?
No.
Now, have you ever been, so, Mr. White, do you recall looking at photographs of individuals that you were familiar with growing up? When Lieutenant Baker and myself met you?
No.
Do you remember recognizing someone you knew as Neil? Isn't that correct?
No.
Do you remember recognizing someone you knew as Crucial? Isn't that correct?
No.
Have you ever heard of Club Crucial?
No.
You never heard of Club Crucial, Mr. White?
Mm-mm.
Can you name any club in the city of Atlanta?
I don't go clubbing.
Okay. So, do you remember when I met you there with Lieutenant Oliphant that I asked you, is it like Club Crucial? And you were like, yes, your friend named Crucial. Do you remember that, sir?
No.
Do you remember a blue Ford Escape photograph that we showed you in my investigator?
Only way I remember because you showed it to me, yeah.
But when I showed it to you, do you remember talking about that vehicle?
No.
Do you remember telling Lieutenant Baker and I that that was your friend Neil's rental car on April 12, 2015?
You gonna keep trying to make me remember something like this is not my case.
That's
I'm
right.
keep telling you that, man.
That's right.
This is not my case.
That's right.
I don't supposed to be here, man.
Mr. White, is your first name is D'Angelo, is that correct?
Saying his name and everything.
You got me here?
Your Honor, the state's going to play State's Exhibit 2, Bravo, Bravo. It's already been admitted.
Speak less. What's up? The diva in the building. Yes. You got me here. You trying to get me murdered. Being out here on this witness stand. Just saying.
So that's an I-1 for the 6180. What's the address of your emergency?
Please, AC emergency.
What's the
Emergency.
address?
Hey, Neil, what's the address? Neil, what's the address? 1987 Fremont.
1987 Fremont.
1987 Fremont. Somebody shot.
Okay, hold on for the ambulance, sir. Don't hang up, okay?
Can you hurry up?
I'm still on the line with you, sir.
Yeah. Hello?
Yes, we're holding for the ambulance.
EMS 785, what's the address of the emergency?
It's 1987.
Somebody been shot.
Sir, calm down. Let me
address?
give her the address.
1987 Fremont.
And repeat that address, please, for verification.
1987 Fremont.
Okay. And is this going to be a house or an apartment?
A house.
Okay, we have already started an ambulance. I'm going to get some information from you while they're on the way. What's the phone number you're calling from?
770-882. 5580.
Okay. And we do have help already started. What's your name?
My name is D'Angelo.
And D'Angelo, tell me exactly what happened.
Well, we was at the gas station. And my partner was trying to talk to a girl, but I guess they thought we was following them, and then they pulled up on and just started, and we pulled off. And then we pulled off from the gas station, and then we got away. And then we ended up driving a back streetway, and then we ended up seeing them again, and they ended up shooting. And somebody ended up getting hit.
Okay. Are you with the patient now?
Huh?
Are you with the patient now?
Yes.
Okay. How old is the patient?
How old are you? 26.
Okay.
Hurry up.
And is the patient male or female?
Huh?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. He's 26.
Okay, listen, I was asking you, was it a male or female? Is he awake?
He's a male.
Okay, is he awake? Is he conscious?
He's conscious. He's talking.
Okay, is he breathing? Okay, Atlanta, go ahead and start firing PD, please, 785.
They're in route. I'm 6180.
Thank you. Is the assailant still nearby, D'Angelo?
Is who?
Is the person who shot, are they still nearby?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And is there any serious bleeding?
Huh?
Is there any serious bleeding? Is blood spurting or pouring out of him anyway?
Yes, he's bleeding. He's bleeding. He's bleeding.
D'Angelo, calm down. I'm trying to ask you these questions.
Okay, calm down. You see the man shine?
Well, she don't really see it.
Completely alert.
Man, he's alert. He's talking. But
What part of his body was injured?
What you got shot
in? What part of his body was injured?
He got shot in the face.
Oh my God.
Okay, listen, do you guys have the bleeding under control?
No, ma'am, come on.
Listen, they're already en route. This isn't delaying them, okay? Is there more than one wound?
Oh my God.
No, I'm finna hang up. I already hear the police coming.
Okay, listen, I can help you to help them until they get there.
Sit down, coach.
Okay, listen, I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Do you guys have a clean, dry cloth or a towel? Or can you take your shirt off? If you can apply pressure to the wound until they get there. D'Angelo?
Take that.
Hello?
D'Angelo.
Mr. White, is that 911 call that you're just listening to? You calling 911 after your friend Cool was shot in the head?
No, sir. That wasn't even me.
That wasn't you on that 911 call? Did you call 911 for your friend Cool because you were concerned about him?
I left because I had a firearm on me. I left my phone, so that wasn't me. I was on first offender probation. Got on, ran through the cut. My sister came and picked me up on the side street.
Okay.
So before the cops got there, you ran away because you were on first offender probation when this happened?
That wasn't even him.
Yes.
Did you have to call your sister to have her come pick you up?
Yes.
What phone did you use?
How close was Cool to you when he got shot?
Probably about 10 feet away from me.
You were inside a car when Cool got shot, right?
Kiss.
And Cool was sitting in the passenger seat, right?
Hey man, I don't like you holding me against my will. Like I don't even supposed to be here. Like what do this got to do with me?
Mr. White, I'm just asking you questions.
Oh, but this ain't got nothing to do with me.
How long did it take your sister to come pick you up after Cool got shot?
Excuse me, sir. I'm ready to go back to prison, man. You feel me? This ain't got nothing to do with me, man. You feel me? I serve time on my own bed.
Sir, you're a witness.
I'm not no witness. Y'all brought me here. We're forced to be here.
I'm showing the defense counsel what's marked as 4 Bravo Bravo.
Dang.
Mr. White, sir, I'm showing you 4 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize the person in 4 Bravo Bravo?
Seen him one time.
When you saw him, what was his name?
Whatever you saying there.
That's Cool, correct?
Shit, I don't know. I seen him one time.
But you saw him, that was the person you knew was Cool. Is that fair to say?
It's been a long time ago.
Does that look like Cool? Mr. White?
He got a half a head. How should I know?
Wow.
Before he was shot, when he was sitting in the passenger seat with you on April 12th, 2015, did he have his full head?
Yeah, it's full head. Wow. Did he have his full head?
All right, Mr. White, I got a photo I'm gonna show you. 7 Bravo Bravo. Now, Mr. White, do you recognize the person in 7 Bravo Bravo?
And me?
Okay. Do you have more or less hair than you have today?
I have less hair because I'm in prison.
Now, is that a fair and accurate depiction of how you looked before going to prison?
Yes.
Now, Your Honor, this time the statement was tendered in the evidence states exhibit 7 Bravo.
So watch it show his face.
Objection states 7 Bravo Bravo.
They're gonna blast his face over the computer screen.
Hearing no objection, states 7 Bravo Bravo.
You may publish.
Publish as you see fit.
Published in states exhibit 7 Bravo Bravo.
Hit the switcher box. Bring it up on the screen. Let's see. Hopefully, don't put his face up there. I don't think his face is necessary. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Now, Ms. White, I know I asked you this earlier, but I'll put it this way, how old were you on April back in 2015? We can do the math together. I'm trying to calculate it myself. How old are you today? It's April 2024 now.
27.
Okay. So in April of 2015,
9 years ago.
how old would you have been?
It would have been
Fair to say
19,
2015 to 2024
17,
is 9 years.
9 years.
Yes.
You're 27 now, so 27 minus 9 would be 18. That's right.
19. You're bad with math. It's 19.
Yeah.
Now, in this photo on the screen, as you said, that's you. How old would you guess you were in this photo?
18, 17.
What's up?
And so that's the age you were when you got shot and called your sister?
Yeah.
Now, thank you, Mr. Vice. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 3 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize the person in 3 Bravo Bravo?
Yeah, I know him.
Who is that?
Someone I went to school with in Lakewood.
What did you call
Mario.
him? Did you ever call him Neil?
You go by different name.
Is his first name Cornelius?
I don't know. He older than me.
Have you heard people call him Neil?
Right. D. That's the look he got on his face. Like, what's going on here?
States exhibit 5. Help me out, Mr. White. 3 Bravo Bravo.
Any objection states 3 Bravo Bravo. All right, 3 Bravo Bravo is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 3 Bravo Bravo. Now, Mr. White, back in 2015, Neil wouldn't have looked, he looks older in this photo than he did in 2015, right? Is that fair to say?
I guess.
And Neil is Pooh's cousin, right?
I guess. We had with me.
And when Pooh got shot, Neil was driving, right? And Pooh was in the passenger seat. And now, I'm gonna show you another photograph. I'm gonna show you two. States Exhibit 5 Bravo Bravo and 6 Bravo Bravo. Do you recognize any of those photographs, Mr. White?
What do these dudes got to do with me?
Were they?
What the fuck?
Do you recognize them, Mr. White?
This ain't got nothing to do with me, man.
I understand that, Mr. White. I'm just asking if you recognize them.
And then this ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm gonna keep telling you that.
I understand that, Mr. White.
You ain't understanding me.
Tell him.
Do you recognize the gentleman who was before you in this photograph?
What do these dudes got to do with D'Angelo White? It ain't got nothing to do with me.
Mr. White, I'm just asking you, do you recognize the people in the photograph?
What do these dudes got to do with me?
Mr. White, I'm just asking if you recognize them. It's just a simple question, Mr. White.
What do they got to do with me?
Do you recognize them, sir?
Objection, ask and answer.
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor, can I ask the court's permission to instruct the witness to answer the question?
You may. Answer the question, sir, if you're able.
What do they got to do with me?
Answer the question if you are able.
I'm ready to go back to prison.
He answered.
Mr. White, just a yes or no, do you recognize the people in the photograph before you?
I'm ready to go back to prison.
That's it.
Mr. White, when Lieutenant Baker and I met you in prison, we showed you those photographs, you recognized them, is that correct?
What do that got to do with me?
Mr. White, I just want to ask you, yes or no, do you recognize the people in that photograph?
Do you recognize them?
That's right.
I recognize them because you told me who they were, isn't that correct?
I don't even know them.
Basis.
The propounders testifying.
I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Mr. White, when Lieutenant Baker and I showed you those two photographs, you recognize them as people who were in the car that Neil was driving when Pooh got shot. Isn't that correct?
And you trying to make me recognize them.
I'm not trying to make you do anything, Mr. White, but you're not answering my question. I'm just asking you, do you recognize them?
I'm just trying to do my time and go home. I'm trying to go back to prison.
I understand that,
No,
sir.
you're not understanding me.
That's right.
Mr. White, just yes or no, do you recognize the people in that photograph?
I ain't got to answer nothing.
That's right.
I just asked you a question, Mr. White.
I'm ready to go back to prison.
I gotta ask you some more questions before that, Mr. White, all right? So, Mr. White, so on April 12th, 2015, Neil picked you up in a blue Ford Escape, isn't that correct?
I don't know.
Who was in the driver's seat, right?
Stand on business.
Mr. White?
Stand on business.
Mr. White, do you remember having a phone conversation with Atlanta Police Department detectives on July 13th, 2015?
Oh, they trying to muddy his name up. When he get back on the block, they go like, yo, what are they talking
I
about?
don't need Poe to be here. Keep telling you that.
So, did you ever have a conversation with Detective Dennis on July 13th, 2015 about what happened to your friend Pooh?
No, it's not my friend. You gonna keep making the man be my friend?
But did someone named Pooh get shot?
You keep trying to make the man be my friend.
Right.
So,
He your friend?
Mr. White, you don't remember, do you remember anything of what, do you remember having a conversation with Detective Dennis
No,
Okay.
don't supposed to be here. I'm gonna keep telling you that. I got my own crime, my own time I'm doing. It don't have nothing to do with me.
Bars.
Now, Mr. White, do you remember telling Detective Dennis on July 13, 2015, that who was your partner?
It's not my partner, man. I don't even know him.
I'm just asking you.
You keep trying to make the man be my partner, man. It's not my partner.
I'm asking you what you said, Mr. White.
It's not my partner. It's not my partner. It's not my partner.
Now, do you recall Detective Dennis asking you what happened when you got shot on July 13, 2015?
Oh, why don't you ask them folk who you know?
Do you remember responding to Detective Dennis? It was me, my partner's cousin, the one who got shot. And there was 5 of us in the car. But we was coming up the gas station at Sicko on Jonesboro Road, and the car behind us, the car was in front of us. We were driving like my partner was driving, like he was driving how he normally drives, because he was in our hood.
No, they're not showing the witness because obviously he's in jail. He's in jail. Hopefully they don't show his picture.
Do you recall Detective Dennis asking you, was he driving fast? It felt like he was driving fast or something?
I don't supposed to be here. Why you keep what do you not understand? What did y'all not understand?
Do you recall Mr. White responding, that's how he felt, but we're not going anything but like 40. You know what I'm saying? Do you remember that, Mr. White?
I'm trying to go back to prison. Do you know what I'm saying?
I understand that, sir.
That's
Now, do you recall, Mr. White, do you recognize anyone in this courtroom here today?
No.
Have you ever seen anyone in the courtroom before or ever know them?
No.
There you go.
Now, Mr. White, do you recall telling Detective Dennis on July 13, 2015, you said, I'll ask you this, Mr. White, have you ever heard of someone that goes by the name of Young Thug?
The world know him. He's a rapper.
Okay. Now,
That's it. Look at that. That's right. You know me. You got my records.
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Dennis, the rapper, Young Thug?
What the fuck? I ain't telling him. What the hell you talking about, man?
Do you recall telling
What are you
Detective
talking
Dennis,
about?
all right, the rapper Young Thug, he was kin to the man who was in front of us. So I guess he thought we were pushing up on him, like trying to either rob him or do something to him or set him up. And I know we don't even know who's in front of us. We're just driving.
I don't even. How you gonna make me know him? I know him because you feel me. He's a rapper, yeah. You gonna make me know him? I don't feel me. You don't know me?
Is he in the courtroom here today?
Of course.
And
he's a rapper.
Mr. White, do you recall saying we got to the Sicko gas station on Jonesboro Road at Simmons?
I'm in the building.
That's where they go at too. The rapper's cousin, Young Thug's partner, will be with him.
I'm in my building.
Man, what was you talking about?
Now, is there a cemetery on Jonesboro Road?
I don't know.
Now, do you recall Detective Dennis asking what's his name? And you said, I don't know his name. And then Detective Dennis asked you what is his nickname? And you said Ben. Do you recall that?
I don't know what you're talking
I
about.
don't know him.
Have you ever heard of an OG Ben?
No.
Do you recall telling Detective Dennis? So I guess he felt like that everybody know on his Instagram name OG Bentley. So he felt like everybody know OG Bentley. He'd be having some money on him. You know what I'm saying? Do you recall that?
No.
Do you recall Detective Dennis asking you to describe him? What did he look like? And you responded, he's kind of big and light-skinned.
What do this got to do with me? You asking me all type of relevant questions that ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't shooting nobody. I ain't rock nobody, man. You feel me? This ain't got nothing to do with me. I shouldn't be here.
Ms. White, do you recall?
I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here.
Say it one more time.
I shouldn't be here.
Say it one more time.
I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't
Say
be
it
here. I shouldn't be
again.
here.
Say it again.
Do you recall Detective
I'm ready to go back to
Dennis
prison.
say big, like tall?
I'm ready to go back to prison.
Hey, I'm ready to go back to prison.
Do
Hey.
you recall when Detective Dennis asked you, when you say big, like tall or fat, you said he's a little bit chubby. He ain't fat, but he's chubby. And
Can you speak in the microphone so we can hear you?
yes, Your Honor. Am I not speaking loud enough? My apologies. Mr. White, do you recall Detective Dennis asked you what kind of car were they driving? What kind of car does he drive? And you responded that he had different cars, but the one he was driving was a Pontiac G6 Silver. Do you recall that?
Man, that ain't got nothing to do with me. What are you talking about?
Mr. White, do you recall telling
This
me?
is not my case.
This is
not my case.
Hey,
Why am I here? This is not my case, man.
why am I
Detective
here?
Dennis asked you what kind of car do you usually see him in, and you said that's the only car I've seen him in. Because I haven't seen him recently. I ain't seen him recently. You know what I'm saying? And Detective Dennis asked you, I got you, so the guys.
It must have been your car.
Now,
Oh no!
Detective Dennis asked you, you guys are driving on their tail and pull into the gas station. And you say you pull into the gas station. And he asked you, did you pull up next to each other, behind each other, or what? And do you recall that?
This ain't got nothing to do with me, man. I don't recall nothing. All I recall is going back to prison and doing my 3 years on my 10-year bid and go home.
Now, Mr. White, if you recall responding to that, we didn't pull, he was on one side of the pump, he was on the other side of the pump. It was him, he had some girl driving, and it was 2 kids in the backseat in a car seat. It was one other dude was with them, both of them walked into the store. Do you recall that? Mr. White?
No.
Do you recall following up with your partner who got out of the store, was driving, fixing to go in the store, girl approached and was like, why was you all driving so fast? And my partner was like, he wasn't driving fast, that's how he normally drives, 40 miles per hour. So OG Bentley came and OG's Bentley's partner. Do you recall that?
Listen,
Tell him.
I don't supposed to be here. I don't recall none of that.
None of
All
that.
I recall is going back to prison.
Mr. Atkins, we need to take a comfort break, so
Yes, sir.
let's take 10 minutes and then see where the day leads us to that point, okay?
It's going to
All
lead
right,
you down
we're
a
in
dark
recess.
and desolate road because this guy's not giving you anything, Your Honor. All rise. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you see here, we have another witness that just doesn't recall. But this witness came to court with bars. He said, I did my crime and I'm doing my time. Bars. I'm ready to go back to prison. I'm ready to go back to prison. I'm ready to go back to prison. You know Thug? Yes, I know him. He's a rapper. You know what he look like? He's right there. He's a rapper. Who doesn't know who Young Thug is? Wait till the cross-examination happens. Keith Adams is ready to get busy. He's ready to get busy. Man, I counted 19 breaks today. Well, hold on. Oh, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I counted about 5 or 6 breaks. Let me say something.
Our witness has left us. I'm just curious as to time, that's all, because it's about 4:30.
Yes, Your Honor.
How much more do you have with this witness?
Your Honor, I probably have to lay the proper foundation for impeachment about an hour.
Oh my God. This ain't happening today.
So that's the state's
All right,
estimate.
okay,
That's the
all right.
estimation.
Okay,
They ain't doing this today. They're gonna do
let me
that.
do this. Let's, when jury comes back, we're gonna recess for the day, and we'll come back tomorrow morning, pick up where we left off, okay?
I told you.
All right.
I told you.
Counsel, is there anything I need to take up with you before we leave for the day? That we haven't taken up already? Okay, all right. We're gonna be in recess 10 minutes. We'll come back and then we'll recess. All right, all rise.
The judge is not feeling good today. You can hear him coughing, you know what I mean, sniffing and sneezing. He's not feeling good today. This guy's going to be back on the stand tomorrow. They'll probably be done with him by lunchtime because he said he had about an hour. So if they start on time, we should be through him by 10:30. He's going to go on cross examination by Keith Adams. That's probably going to be about 30 minutes because this guy's giving nothing, so you don't give too much time to this witness. And he's going to be out of here. He's going to be done before lunch. I don't know if he's lying, but I do know he ain't giving what they thought he's going to give. That's not happening. This guy, you just gave this. You just showed evidence of someone that's getting half their head blown off. Think about that. Half the head blown off, and you ask this guy to testify against someone going back to prison. He got a 3-year bid out of a 10-year. This is I don't know. I don't know what their goal is, but this is not really sounding like the prosecution has vetted these witnesses. Right. I didn't ask to be here. I'm ready to go back to prison. I didn't ask to be here. I'm ready to go back to prison. I didn't have to ask to be here. I'm ready to go back to prison. Ready to go back to prison. Ready to go back to prison. I didn't ask to be here. You know what it is. You know what it is. So let's see what happens tomorrow. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Nothing's going to happen. They're just throwing stuff out there. He already said he wants to impeach him. So he's going to bring the investigator in. I know what it is. I mean, you got a guy in jail. How did he get on the witness stand? How do you get on the witness stand? You got a guy in jail. He's on the witness stand. Just imagine. Yo, homie, where you going? I see you come pick you up. Where you going? Oh, I gotta go testify at court. What? You snitching? You know, they say snitches get stitches. But this may give you some favor with the homies in jail because they're like, this guy ain't saying nothing. Yeah, impeach all the witnesses. That's right. Garbage in, garbage out. Garbage in, garbage out. They don't impeach every witness. Not every witness, not the police witnesses. They're cooperating. They're cooperating. So we'll see. We'll see what's happening. Let me take a comfort break. I'll be right back. Give me about 3 minutes and I'll take a comfort break too. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back.
You know, don't come back till next week, okay? We only in small doses, Mr. Bonds, okay?
Keep your day job, tip your waitress,
Yeah,
right?
you're welcome every day, sir. You know that. Yes.
I just want to make sure I've made my objection. I've moved for severance. You have been kind enough to give me a continuing objection. I want to make sure that when you say to us, any objection to states, 42 BB or whatever it might be, that my continuing objection to this evidence coming in with regard to Mr. Nichols, number one, at all, and number two, without a 105 objection is preserved. I know you've said it before.
It's preserved, sir. I will make that a continuing objection.
Thank you.
Because I've denied your motion for mistrial and the 105 instruction. Okay. Unless there's anything else, counsel, I will have you all come back tomorrow morning at 9:30, but I'll just go ahead and excuse the jury in just a second, okay? All right. Let's summon our jurors, please. We'll also bring Mr. White back tomorrow morning for 9:30. Okay, yes.
They already said his name. Oh my goodness. They said his name. Mr. White. That was the judge who did that. That judge is sick, man. You need to take some Theraflu, sir. Get some rest.
All right. Thank you, sir, and Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We have reached the natural stopping point, members of the jury, for today. The hour being almost 5 o'clock or 10 minutes to 5. So I'm going to go ahead and then release you all for the evening. I've excused our witness for the time being. He'll be back tomorrow morning. And so you'll need to be here please arrive before 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. All right? Do you have any ministerial inquiry of me at this point? Okay, let's go through your ad nauseum admonitions. Remember, leave your notepads in the basket in the back. Please do not discuss anything that you have heard as you are sitting back there or as you're walking in small groups, ones and twos, or when you get home or you're on any other means of conveyance. Remember, it would be a violation of the court's admonitions for you to talk about what you've heard in this case. It would also be a violation thus far if any third party or anybody tries to talk with you or in your presence or hearing about this case. If somebody should do so, Sergeant Ingram and myself need to know immediately. Please also do not listen to any news accounts, blogs, or websites that may chronicle these proceedings. Again, that would be inconsistent with the court's admonitions to you. And also don't go by and visit the scenes that may be depicted or you may have been shown. And please do not recap any testimony, handicap any witnesses, meaning talk about them as you sit back there waiting on us or at any point in time until such time as the court properly instructs you on how you're to consider this case.
So, and ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you so much for your patience with all of us and the patience that you'll continue to show to us as the case is being presented. So, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other inquiry, we'll see you tomorrow morning for 9:30, and we'll get started shortly thereafter, okay? All right, all rise.
The fact that the judge is leaving before 5 o'clock. I mean, let's
You call,
hold on. Let's see. Hold on.
please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, counsels, unless you all have anything or any other business you need to take up with me, I will see you tomorrow morning for 9. Please arrive before 9:30. Once all of you and our jurors are present, we'll get started sometime between 9:30 and 10 a.m. Okay? All right, we're in recess. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's coverage of the YSL trial. I thank you for being here. You could be anywhere, but you decide to be here. With that said, we're going to end this live because we have another important live to do unrelated to this, and we'll talk about that. Just keep your notifications on. Keep your notification on. As I said, we end the way we start. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take it out. We're going to take it out of here.